Ready, set, go.
Hello, and welcome to another album reaction. Oh boy, this is gonna be a big one. Not just because it's a long album, but also because I've been excited to give this guy's music a nice deep dive, especially with his lyrics. We're listening to the new album by Mr. Noah Kahan. We're listening to The Great Divide. And this is in fact going to be, because I put it off until now to record this, I am listening to the deluxe Last of the Bugs edition. We're looking at 21 tracks, docking in at, I believe it's an hour and 37 minutes of music. This is probably gonna be the longest video I've ever made on the channel. That's likely because it's gonna be impossible for this video to be like under 3 hours, because each of these songs is about, dancing around the just under 4 minutes to just about 5 minutes. I usually use at least twice that amount of time to talk about each song. So there's no way that this video clocks in under 3 hours. You're gonna know how long this video is. I'm just sitting down to record it now. I don't know how long this video is gonna be, but I know this was gonna be a bit of a whale to edit through. But I am very excited to be listening to Noah's new music. Right before I sat down to record this, I was running some errands. I was getting groceries, and in doing so, I was also listening to his, I think it's his second album, I Am, which was an interesting album to listen to before this one, because I Am kind of felt like the last transition between his sort of like acoustic pop era, like we had Busy Head, which was very much more like pop oriented, and then I Am felt like the breaking point before we got the full like folk rock sensation that was Stick Season. And listening to I Am kind of made me realize just how much of a revelation Stick Season was in Noah Kahan's discography. Just the songwriting in Stick Season is like a head above anything else he's written. I'm very curious to see how he follows that up. Made a big splash. I hope he didn't feel too much pressure writing this album. It's always hard to have like an album that, through no sheer expectation, I'm sure, makes a huge splash in the music industry. He did really, really well, including with all of the like extra extended editions for Stick Season as well, all of the collabs that he made at the later end of that album's sort of run. I hope he didn't, feel too much pressure bearing down on him when he got to work on making this album. Because I find that's not necessarily conducive to a healthy songwriting atmosphere. Is this like nagging pressure that it has to be as good as the last thing you made. If you're just sitting down and you're wanting to make the music that you want to make and make the things that inspire you, those are the conditions for good music making. And hopefully he had access to that. He did say something very interesting about this album. A couple of interesting things about this album when talking to Apple Music. First said, I describe this album as like I'm in the shower and I'm half yelling at the shower head and pretending it's whoever I want to talk to and taking responsibility or throwing blame. Like those conversations that you wish you could have with people but have never been able to. Which very much feels like a continuation of, you know, some of the energy that Styx Season had. Speaking of which, the album cover for this album does also very much fit the feel of Styx Season. Very like, you know, lots of browns and greens, arboreal setting. It doesn't feel like we've left Styx Season. We're still in Vermont, you know? We're still in small town Vermont. He also said, Styx Season is like doing shrooms and thinking you understand the entire world, and the Great Divide is like 3 months later. That was great and that was helpful, but there's a lot more we gotta figure out still, he says. He'll do some shrooms with you, but he's not going to pretend like it's going to change his life. He's not going to become a kayak guide somewhere he has to go to work in the morning. I love that. Everything, all of the interviews that I've seen with Noah Kahan, he seems like a pretty like grounded, like down to earth dude, which you kind of need to be in order to write music in his genre. So I'm looking forward to sort of seeing how he deals with the stuff that sort of got unearthed from Styx Season as we head into Great Divide, the last of the bugs. We're gonna get started. I can't keep putting this off. This marathon of an album. Let's start with track 1 of, I cannot stress enough, 21 songs. None of these are transition tracks. These are all full songs. There's 21 of them, and the first one is End of August. I am listening to this at the beginning of June. Speaking of which, happy Pride. But let's, unfortunately, very briefly skip forward in the summer to the end of August, and then we'll revert back to June 1st, the day on which I'm recording. Let's hear about the end of August. Okay, starting with crickets. All right. Ooh. Oh, we're droning in. That was a little loud. Ooh, oh, that's pretty. I like that piano. Oh, it reminds me, it sort of sounds like a lot of his vocal melodies. Ooh, that's a nice chord. And he's giving it its space. He's giving the intro its space. He's letting us ease into this album. And it's already sad. We're gonna be so sad during this album. I feel it.
Richie and Austin are often along for the ride.
We're immediately
They
sad.
don't say a lot, but they know every inch of this drive. These trees started talking, I bet you they'd only talk shit.
Ah, that's a nice line.
'Cause we never do anything real, we just talk about it. Ending of August, the bugs are
There it is.
just starting
Okay.
to die.
Ah, the last of the bugs. We're bringing it all in right
All
away.
the neighbors are voting for someone who wins every time.
Right.
I thought getting older meant no, it's too late to try. I tried getting sober, I swear I did better this time.
That's a loaded line. Whew. I know that I usually save till the end of the song to talk about lyrics, and I might modify that for this video just because we're gonna have so much. There's just so much text to get through. But tried getting sober. I swear I did better this time. There's so much packed into that. There's so much storytelling. That's one of the things that I really was excited for when listening to this album. Is Noah Kahan is such a strong storyteller. Like, I'm not going to be listening to this album for, particularly complex musical choices. I doubt we'll be hearing very many like odd time signatures. Maybe we will. I doubt we'll hear a whole lot of like time signature changes. Maybe, I don't know. That's not really what I listen to Noah Kahan for. I listen to him for the emotional songwriting and the storytelling. And he's knocking it out of the park in the first verse. And so I'm really excited to kind of see the journey that he takes us on, because he can do this sad man with a piano in a room stuff just fine, but we also know from things like Northern Attitude, boy jams, he knows how, but we're not there quite yet. For now, we're coming out of the last attempt at getting sober, and it doesn't sound like it, really went the distance this time around. Ooh, okay, yep. Okay, we're starting to pace it up, but that vocal melody is keeping us like kind of droning. Ooh. I don't think I was ready for how good this album was gonna sound with headphones on. Ooh, this is an immersive experience right here. Ooh, the high and low. Okay. Great, thanks Noah. Right. It's a steady build. Oh, we're steady building. Ooh, the horns. Oh wait, no, those are not horns. Well, maybe there are some horns in there. That's some crunchy stuff right there. I like it. That's what I'm talking about, man. I'm gonna love this album so much. This is what I'm talking about, is the way that the man is able to just weave a path for us. Just weave an emotional arc. Like, he's so good at putting like a climactic structure into a single song. Like, we start out with very like quiet, settled piano. There's a little bit of a mood to there, like an established mood of like not a lot of motion, but there's a little bit of sadness in there. And then once we're sort of comfortable in that, then we start building up to the climax that we now arrive at. He's so good at that stuff, man. Okay. Oh, okay. That's a number. It's a a series of numbers. Okay. Okay, it is a full fade out for the next track. All right. All right, that's the end of August, I guess, and the beginning of the album. That's so good. That's a strong start. I'm telling you right now. There's a lot to unpack here. Little songwriting structure observation. We're all very familiar with the sort of like the very basic pop format of a lot of songs. You got your verse 1, your chorus, or maybe pre-chorus, then chorus, verse 2, second chorus, bridge, final chorus to bring it all home. And for the most part, this song follows that format, except that we get the bridge before the second chorus. Because that second verse is being used as a build. The first chorus is a very quiet one, so we basically use verse 2 just to build up to that big climactic instrumental break, so that is not necessarily the climax in itself, but it's sort of breaking point. You could call it a climax. We've already got that release so that we can go into the bridge, and then once we've covered that, then we return into the chorus to kind of close things off with the post-chorus and outro. This is what I'm talking about when I say that you don't need to, you shouldn't feel bound to these like common structures and tropes that are, yes, reliable and can, help make a catchy radio hit. But if you find that those rules and those templates are not serving the song and the story that you want to tell, fuck them. Don't follow those rules then. You learn the rules so that you can break them, is what people always say. And this is a great example of that. We're going to be having a whole lot of about sections on this album, which is nice for me because the album's been out for a while and Noah Kahan's a pretty big artist at this point. So let's see what we got here. Fixated on temporality, August serves as the last stretch of something fleeting, where every moment feels heightened precisely because it's about to disappear. There's an ache in the way Kahan frames memory, not as something distant, but as something actively slipping away in real time. That's why it's the end of August, is because it's the end of summer. It's that part of the year where you feel like so many things, have happened or maybe should have happened but didn't. And August becomes this very interesting point of reference to not necessarily to sort of look back before it's even the end of the year. It's the end of the summer, and so the weather is going to start becoming less accommodating for being outside, and that time of the year that you feel like you're supposed to be really living your life. And so it does become this sort of point of the year of reckoning with where you are and where you've been. Let's take a look at this first verse. Richie and Austin are often along for the ride. And I love that 3-hit internal rhyme of Austin often along for the ride. That was a nice little songwriting feel in there. It felt good. It's very satisfying. They don't say a lot, but they know every inch of this drive. If these trees started talking, I bet you they'd only talk shit, because we never do anything real. We just talk about it. Ending of August, the bugs are just starting to die. All the neighbors are voting for someone who wins every time. And I thought getting older meant knowing it's too late to try. And I tried getting sober. I swear I did better this time. So we're open on feeling like we tried to do things and it just didn't happen, or we sort of let time pass before we could really make anything happen. And it feels like the entire world is bearing down on us and shaming us for the life that we have not lived. we're just sort of living our lives, just hanging out with your friends, Richie and Austin, and you're, sitting in this very comfortable space, sitting in this very comfortable part of town that you know really, really well. Because you know it really well, there's this sense that this area also knows you well and has been observing you and has been watching you in everything you do and don't do. It's almost this oppressive energy, which also gets reinforced with all the neighbors are voting for someone who wins every time. It's just this we feel like everyone's stuck in their own tracks and their own patterns. Including Noah as he tries getting sober, but, attributes to his age that maybe he's just too set in his ways, which is a little depressing. Sounds a little bit defeatist. That's not me calling him out for it. I understand the feeling. That's kind of the emotional energy that we're entering this album with. The chorus, whoa. Everything you see out here will die. Oh, it's a matter of time till it's fields of ice and reflector lights, till it's our town. Announcing the coming of winter. Winter is coming. It's a matter of time before all the grass dies out and gets dried out and buried in ice. It's reflector lights. It's gonna get dark, sooner. It's just going to be darkness and ice. And that, he says, is our town. That's sort of what he associates this town with, as this seasonal depression, you might say, which is something that he covered quite a bit of in Stick Season. Verse 2, and anything you need, I will provide, a ride home or an alibi. I know the traffic light you can speed right by because the camera's down. And I follow New York plates to the county line. I ignore them when they wave on 89. The minute that September hits, I'm going off my medicine. A late August angst and a pointless night. Oh, and the feeling of being alive for the first time in a long time. For KAHAN, the month triggers a shift in how he manages his well-being, marking the end of vibrant months and the start of a period defined by introspection, isolation, seasonal depression, and an internal darkening. This feeling is closely tied to the arrival of September, a time when he has a recurring habit of going off his medication. This self-sabotage leads to a lack of personal growth and an identity crisis where he feels unrecognizable to himself. The experience is rooted in KAHAN's real-life struggle with both medication and its withdrawal symptoms, leaving him numb, disconnected, and not himself. So yeah, another sort of note of the cycle, not using the best time of the year and then the worst time of the year really capitalizing on itself. Not taking advantage of the nice weather to really improve on yourself and really take advantage of your life, but letting the bad weather really wreak its havoc and do its damage when it arrives. I'm curious about this New York plates to the county line, ignore when they wave on 89. 89 or Interstate 89 is a New England highway whose route serves as a major link between Montreal and Boston. 89 South eventually meets with Interstate I-93 in New Hampshire, straight shot into Boston proper. New Englanders often have a lighthearted distaste for New Yorkers and others who tend to visit the region, which is why he ignores their waves. So he's sort of using this trope of the New Hampshire, New York animosity to create an excuse for sort of isolating himself, refusing any sort of human connection. And then, after refusing that moment for human connection, September hits and he's going off his meds. So we're not finding Noah in the best patterns right now, which the fact that he's written this whole verse about that means he's aware of it. Awareness only takes us so far, but knowing that you have the problem is the first step, etc., etc. The bridge, drawn of a place, oh, we're a photo on the fridge. They mined copper for years, oh, there was nothing left to dig. It's a place where most kids just grow up and have kids who grow up and have kids who build homes for the rich. Damn, those last two lines definitely resonate. He's sort of acknowledging himself as like just one person, as part of a system that has not facilitated human thriving. He lives in a town that mined copper for years and there's nothing left to dig. This is a town that is running on empty, generationally running on empty in ways that do not serve themselves. Kids that grow up and have kids who grow up and have kids that build homes for the rich. These generations that are just trying to get by but are not building anything that is serving them. And he seems to sort of identify that within himself. And then the outro, 05072, the long shadow over us. Okay, yes, 05072 is the zip code for Stratford, Vermont. And so, yeah, 05072, the long shadow over us. So he's basically referring to his background, his hometown, as this looming shadow and a reminder of where he comes from and what he deals with. Which, honestly, I would be curious as to how the other residents of Stratford feel about this representation. Would be curious as to other Stratfordites' feelings about this. But, it certainly makes for some strong shorthand in the songwriting. Let's see what Noah has to say about this song. I wanted to create a scene that just felt like late summer in Vermont, or in a small town where there's just that total quiet, and you can almost hear music in the air. One thing that my family and I have in Vermont is I walk through the woods, and the woods are haunted, but not by mean spirits. We've all individually said, oh, I heard voices in the woods. And when I was writing that, I wanted it to feel like what those voices would sing if you were just walking through the woods or driving past the woods in Vermont. I really like that take on haunted woods it's just other voices that are trying to find connection. I guess I definitely got that feeling of driving past the woods that very much got communicated in this. I'm not sure if I got the maybe I did get the haunted feeling. Haunted in a sense, both by sort of Noah's own patterns and sort of self-fulfilling prophecies, and also from that whole bridge of this this history of a town that is running itself into the ground and just creating ghosts for itself. All right, how long did that first track take me? About 20 minutes. Okay, this is gonna be a long video. I might end up doing this one in not necessarily 2 videos, but I might take a break halfway through here and finish it off on another day. But for now, let's keep moving to track number 2, Doors. Talking about some doors. Someone get Dorian from Date Everything in here. Ooh, strings. Oh. All right, we got ourselves a steady kick, some strumming guitars. All right. Oh, a little bit of slide guitar in the back. I hear it. I love that sound.
I grew up pretending sticks were little guns. I would point them at my dad and he'd get mad, 'cause God forbid I hurt someone. I'd hurt anyone I could.
Okay.
Anyone who got too close and anyone who wouldn't look. I was born into
hello, bass.
100-year storm. Foot of ass across Vermont, and in that dark and in that frost, a heart was born. Malcontented and unworn. You were unsuspecting, not unwarned. That I'm the trouble ahead.
Okay.
That I scream in my
nice little adding of layers for this.
How does they feel, babe, but you're the one who decided to know, you know.
Oh wow, we're going big right into verse 2. Okay. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Ooh, I like that little offbeat snare hit there. Wait. They're not doing it anymore. There we go. Ooh, that's fun. Ooh, I like that little melody there.
I'll be gone so long before the anchor comes. I'll be only what you've known of me till now.
Oh.
How I hope you're
I think that was the opening of a door. I like that.
Had to scream in my sleep. How does they feel, babe, that you're the one? How does they feel, babe, that you're the one? How does they feel,
That's quite
babe,
nice.
that you're the one?
Oof. Oh, and we don't resolve that. Very cool. Very cool. All right. Ooh, he's giving me so much to work with. Let's see what the frick is going on with these doors, baby. I got a pretty good sense of what this song is about. Noah's calling himself out for actively pushing people away as soon as they start trying to get to know him because he is scared of rejection. Couldn't possibly be me. I don't think I do that. I don't think I try to push people away. I get rejected plenty without pushing people away. Not to make this a little pity party for old Connor here, but you know, you're gonna go through plenty of heartbreak without your own damn self making it happen. Whether you're trying to push people away or not, you're just not going to be everyone's cup of tea, and that's okay. The people that like you should be given the chance to like you for who you are, and should be given the chance to know you better so that they can love more of you. That's my advice at the top of the song. So with that said, let's keep going here. Verse 1. I grew up pretending sticks were little guns. I grew up pretending sticks were swords. I was a sword stick kind of guy. I would point them at my dad and he'd get mad. God forbid I hurt someone. I'd hurt anyone I could. Anyone who got too close. And anyone who wouldn't look. I was born into a 100-year storm, foot of ice across Vermont. And in that dark and in that frost, a heart was formed. Malcontented and unwarm. You were unsuspecting, not unwarned. So this feels a little bit like a continuation of Northern Attitude, or like maybe digging more into some of the stuff that Northern Attitude sort of brought up to the surface. Unapproachability that Noah sees in himself, and this pushback pattern that he often sees, where not only does he, push against anyone who gets too close, but also anyone that also just doesn't pay him any mind. It's this weird effect of insecurity of like, not only do you get grumpy when people don't give you a chance, you get weird and cagey and defensive when people do give you a chance. KAHAN was born on January 1st, 1997, when Vermont experienced extreme frigid cold, with reports indicating temperatures plummeting to as low as below zero. Below zero? Oh my goodness. Could never imagine that. How much below zero? Like if you're just saying like 5 degrees below, I guess if you're talking in Fahrenheit, that is pretty cold. From where I'm from, Calgary, you're dipping below zero for most of the winter, but that's in Celsius. Curious as to how cold it gets in Vermont. I feel like Vermont is part of the states where things can get pretty cold, but I just want to know the numbers, you know? So Noah was in fact born during a hefty winter storm that froze Vermont, and says, in that dark, in that frost, a heart was formed. Which feels a little bit like blaming the weather for his grumpiness, which is a little bit of what he also did in Northern Attitude. You know, like, excuse my Northern Attitude, I was raised up in the cold, or whatever the line is. It's you're not grumpy because you're raised up in the cold. You're grumpy because you got some insecurities in yourself that you have not, you know, put the work into to allow yourself to open up to people. It doesn't have anything to do with the weather, but we know that Noah does like using the weather and using the seasons as their own sort of elements in his music writing. So I'll excuse it, but I'm keeping tabs on that. I'm keeping tabs on how often he blames his personality on the weather. And obviously, the weather itself is often, you know, a metaphor for something else, whether it's chronic, like anxiety, depression, what have you. Those are the sort of weathering things internally that can affect how well you get to know people. Chorus. And I'm the trouble ahead that I scream in my sleep. You're putting money on red, I'm a sure bet at a losing streak. I keep showing you doors, but you can't open them up, because it gets harder to see me the closer you try to look. This is a strong chorus right here. So he's basically being like, I'm a bit of a mess, man. If you're trying to like, you're trying to bet on me as someone to like invest in a relationship with, I do not have a great track record. And I keep showing you the door, as in like showing you opportunities to leave, as in pushing people away, but you can't open them up. So it's this like dual, he's doing a bit of a mixed metaphor of, on one hand, he's showing people the door to leave, but he's also using that door as a thing of like, they're not able to open him up. Like he's not opening these doors to himself. Because it gets harder to see me the closer you try to look. So the more people try to push to get to know Noah and to invest in a relationship with him, the harder he pushes back. And post-chorus, I just live here, babe, but you're the one who decided to knock. You knocked. And I think that last "you knocked" is him sort of being like, oh, someone is interested in me. Someone does want to get to know me. Someone sees something in me, and maybe there's something to that. Okay, the bridge is interesting. I'm going to skip to the bridge here. I'll be gone so long before the anger comes. I'll be only what you've known of me till now. Oh, how I hope you're moving on. So this is the strategy that Noah thinks he's following here. Is he gets a sense that he's gonna blow up at this person, that it's some sort of inevitability. He's pushing people away so that they don't get to that point, that they don't know him as someone that has blown up at them. He's only going to be what they've known of him until the point that he pushes them away, and how he hopes they're moving on because it's only a matter of time, which is also excusing yourself for preventable behavior. I'm not saying this to anytime that I like criticize Noah's like patterns. I hope that he's writing these songs in an effort to also confront this behavior, and I hope that he's improving on these things. And I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt that he is. But just because you expect that the anger's coming doesn't mean it is, and doesn't give you an excuse to push other people away. You gotta give other people the agency and the autonomy and the choice to get to know you a little bit, to decide for themselves if they're going to provoke you. Yeah, you gotta allow people their own agency and stuff. And I'm saying that not to Noah, but to anyone else watching for whom that might resonate. Yeah, let people in. If you hurt them, that's your fault, yes, but also don't do that. Just don't, just stop it, which I know is not necessarily helpful advice, but I think we maybe make ourselves a little bit more powerless than we are with our own behaviors. There are so many like inevitabilities that we assume about ourselves because of the patterns that we've had in our past, but those patterns are breakable. You just gotta want to break them and actually put work into making different choices. It just means sometimes putting in the effort to work against your base instincts, because sometimes our base instincts are shit. Sometimes your gut feeling doesn't know everything, because it's your gut, not your brain. Let's keep moving to track number 3, American cars. I don't know much about cars. I know that a lot of cars are American, not all, but let's see what Noah's got to say about these here American cars. Ooh. Is that a banjo? Ooh, nice. Yeah. Ooh. There we go.
I was working on a plan to disappear completely.
Oh, were you? Okay.
Got started my friends and thinking I was busy.
I don't think that's not necessarily gaslighting. That might just be lying. There's a difference.
Day job. I be asking for more money. I'll never take a day off. And I'm always selling something.
Gotcha.
And lights your place for CB3.
Oh wow, is that someone's license plate? Okay.
Ray-Bans in your face. You've been driving all day, but you're here and we're so grateful you are. You're gonna fix
Hello, guitar.
it. You're gonna patch it up. 'Cause honey, we're fragile. You've always been so tough. Know that I miss you. You always come running back whenever I ask.
There's something about folk rock, and also to an extension country, because this song is stretching a little bit out of folk rock, a little bit into country here. I think it ends more on folk, mostly because of Noah Kahan's voice. He's got more of a folk voice than he does a country voice, and there's something about just the like driving consistency of the beats that you find in both genres that is so comforting, that really reminds me of like the appeal of both genres. Obviously there are so many criticisms that can be made, and validly so, about modern country music, and I'm certainly one to make them. But I also am sitting here just bopping and enjoying this smooth and like studded feeling of the acoustic guitar. You got the like electric guitar and the slide coming through, just sort of coasting through like other cars on the road, and it's just this wonderful sensory experience. It's a really, really good ear feel that I can just kind of sit and enjoy listening to Noah's voice. Country and folk are great genres when it comes to giving like full attention to the lyrics and the vocal melody, and just letting that be the storytelling vehicle. And then sometimes when you do a little instrumental break, then you can do something a little bit more complicated. But it's about that driving consistency is something that I really appreciate about folk and country. Wow. Okay, I realized sort of where this song is written from a little bit late, and now that I'm sort of realizing what it is, this hits pretty hard. Noah said to Rolling Stone, "I started writing about my sister. Whenever there's a problem, she's kind of like the put together one who comes home and takes care of business. She's kind of like always pulling up from New York. She's always in like the big rental, and she has the big glasses on, ready to handle business." So the song was basically like, you got to get your ass home. We really need you at this time. Even though it's kind of selfish to, force problems on you, like you're a badass, and can help us solve them. So I wanted a song for her because she didn't get one on the last record, and she was kind of bummed about it. Fair enough. That is nice. I, as someone that does often have had some of the conversations that I think the bridge is talking about with my family, and you do tend to rely on your siblings to sort of cooperate with you and like fill in the communication gaps that you're not able to fulfill when you're sort of having certain conversations with your family. I'm actually going to start by reading the bridge. Make them talk. Make it stop. All I want is a dialogue. Oh, we're drowning here. I've got to stay for mom. Make the house a home. You know how to talk. But you did back then. We would talk so much. And it's fine we don't, but can you come home? This feeling of being like really like in over your head and not really knowing how to talk to your parents about certain things. And just want a dialogue, and both like wanting to get some sort of engagement. It says make him talk, so maybe with his dad, but then also make it stop. Maybe you start the conversation, but then it starts going in a direction that you're just not prepared or equipped to handle in any sort of tact, and so you call on your sister, on one of your siblings, to be like, hey, I don't really know what to do with this situation anymore. Can you at least come back so we can corroborate on things? If not, you can, at best, maybe you can like intercede on some things. I like pre-chorus, headlights, your plates, 4CB3A. I really hope that's not his sister's actual license plate, just putting that out into the public ether. Didn't know you drove American cars, Ray-Bans on your face, the big sunglasses. You've been driving all day, but you're here, and we're so grateful you are. I like that moment of like really appreciating her presence. The chorus, because you're gonna fix it, you're gonna patch it up. Because honey, we're fragile. You've always been so tough. You know that I miss you. You always come running back whenever I ask. Which is this interesting, almost like idolization of his sister, of like, this is the person that solves the problems, to the point where they're almost less of a person, more just, the entity that comes in to smooth things over regardless of how they feel about the situation. which then leads into verse 2. And I hate to drag you back here, but I think he's really lost it. He's been sitting on the porch, ranting like a prophet. And I can't stand the nights. Yeah, that dinner time silence. I cut the tension with a knife, and I pray you started driving. Providing a little snapshot of like what Noah is dealing with on his own. And he's like, I think Dad might have lost it. I think he's saying some really crazy stuff. He's just going on a rant. And I can't stand these evenings because we're just at having dinner and it's silent. And then in order to cut the tension with a knife, as in like he breaks the silence, but in a way that's maybe a little abrasive, maybe a little too confrontational, maybe not particularly constructive. And then upon realizing that that's the effect he's had, then he's like, oh boy, I really hope sister's coming soon to smooth over what I just did or said. That's a really beautiful like description of that relationship. And it's, as someone with, I'm a middle kid, I've had this experience with both my older and younger sisters. Maybe not to the same extent that Noah is describing, but I definitely feel it. I understand the emotions that he's going through there. I'm gonna keep going. Track number 4, Downfall. We're at the downfall now. We're at track 4 and we're already at the downfall. Do we get an uplift at some point? That'd be nice. Ooh, what is that? What is that sound? That's like some sort of percussion in a room.
Something about the
Is that like a slapping of a guitar?
You said I think that we had everything until now, just didn't know it. I'm leaning towards a subject change in a sentimental moment. We're driving through the Garden State, we'll be strangers in the morning. I'm glad you left, but you'll be back.
Okay.
So call me when it goes to shit.
Okay.
I'll be keeping the house the way it was. I won't rub your face in it. I swear I won't tell anyone. I don't mind being your tenant. You think it's fine to never move on. Keep my ear up to the door frame, and I'll keep rooting for your downfall.
Damn. Okay. Alright, that's where we're at.
For your downfall.
Okay.
Left you all alone like that. You stayed feeling like a fact.
How are we building into the second chorus here?
So call me when it goes to your shit. I'll be keeping the house the way it was. I won't rub your face in it.
That's a big snare sound right there.
I won't tell anyone.
Is that a bass solo? I think that was a bass solo. You don't hear those very often.
Call me when it goes to your shit. I'll be keeping the house the way it was. I keep rooting for your downfall. Oh, I keep rooting for your downfall.
Ooh, nice dropout. I like that. Ooh, and a little bit of echo there. That's nice. Okay. I'm very curious as to what the like percussion was that they were using in that song. Let me see if they've got that in here. No, nothing. Okay. All right. So this is a very this is a complex sort of feeling for a song. Well, maybe not complex, but like it's a song about a relatively sort of morally neutral situation. Very human song, I'll say. Says, Downfall explores the bittersweet and slightly selfish reality of a revolving door relationship and missing somebody before they leave. KAHAN captures the inner monologue of someone with underlying resentment, who, despite wanting a loved one to find happiness elsewhere, secretly roots for their plans to fail, so they will inevitably return home. Being in a relationship with someone that, when things are going well, it encourages them to go out and find what they're really looking for in life, but in doing so, ends up heading on out the door from the relationship. And if things don't go well, then they come back to Noah. And so Noah gets taught that when bad things happen for this person, he gets this extra attention. And so it makes sense that he would then sort of fall into this pattern of like, I kind of hope that wherever you're moving on to, I love you, but I also kind of hope that this doesn't go well for you, which is not, surprise, surprise, a healthy energy to maintain for a relationship, but it certainly is an understandable one. Like, I get where he's coming from, but it's not a good space to be in. Verse 1, there's something about the window seats got you feeling like a poet. You said, I think that we had everything until now, just didn't know it. I'm leaning towards a subject change in a sentimental moment. We're driving through the Garden State. We'll be strangers in the morning. The way you've got your hair up straight makes you look real Californian. You never really could place when I'm angry and I'm joking. I'm cursing every exit sign in my damn Christ-like devotion to hoping you might change your mind and to hating you for going. So we're getting a nice snapshot of both of these characters. Got you feeling like a poet. We got this person that is very, very idealistic, very forward-thinking. And it reminds me of the play Our Town, which is not my favorite play. There are a lot of plays that, do what Our Town does a lot better. But it was a very significant play for its time, expressing this idea that you never really understand how good you have it while you're in that moment. There's this thing where one of the characters speaks to the stage manager, who is a character in the show, and she's like, do people ever realize that how good they have it? Or do people ever realize the beauty of life while they're living? And the stage manager says, most don't, some of the poets do. And so I was reminded of got you feeling like a poet, said, I think that we had everything until now, just didn't know it. So it reminded me of that sort of personification of one of these rare poets that is aware or has become aware of what they had in that stage of life. But in this case, it is in the past tense. So they are not realizing that they had it in the moment. They're realizing it in hindsight. Noah's reaction to that is not particularly a happy one. He's like, I don't really want to talk about this. I don't want to talk about how you think we had everything in past tense while I'm driving you through the Garden State, knowing that you're kind of on your way out. We're driving through the Garden State, you're looking real Californian, you're looking prepped to be anywhere other than where I am. Not wanting to express his resentment and his bitterness at the whole state of this relationship, but also doesn't really want to cut that tie because he doesn't want to lose this person. Pre-chorus is very interesting. Roadkill fawn, you said, how sad, left to rot alone like that. You state a feeling like a fact. I'm glad you left. You'll be back. And I do feel like Noah is sort of comparing himself to this roadkill fawn that has been left alone to rot. It keeps getting left alone to rot and only comes back. And they only come back for a short time before being left alone to rot. And then the chorus is, so call me when it goes to shit. I'll be keeping the house the way it was. I won't rub your face in it. I swear I won't tell anyone. I don't mind being your dead end. I think it's fine. Which, hang on, don't mind being your dead end. I think you do. I think you mind very much, Noah. I think you mind being the dead end. I don't think it feels great. Judging from the rest of this song, I don't think you enjoy this. Quite frankly, I think it's fine to never move on. Keep my ear up to the doorframe, and I'll keep rooting for your downfall. And I do think don't mind being your dead end. I think it's fine to never move on. I do think he's being a little bit sarcastic there. Verse 2, call me when the bugs don't die and the spring looks just like autumn. Oh, tell me when you miss the climb from a hole that has no bottom. I'm hoping that the view ain't nice, that the street lights bleed into your bedroom, that you open up to someone kind and they hold it all against you. This is where I feel like this is where Noah really is where it gets the most raw, the most resentful. Call me when the bugs don't die. Spring looks just like autumn is like, call me when you feel like things are ending. You know, let me know when things are, starting to go downhill for you. Tell me when you miss the climb from a hole that has no bottom. Just really framing this whole relationship as like a doomed one that he's not willing to end. Hoping that you open up to someone kind and they hold it all against you. God damn, Noah. That's harsh. That's straight up mean. I get what he's expressing, but good. Wow. This is a bad situation. I think these people might want to, cut their losses and just call it quits. I think they might want to just move on from each other because I could only see a relationship like this just continuing to cause damage to each other and to themselves. Get the heck on out of there. Cut it out. Let's keep going to Lighthouse. Are we talking to Robert Pattinson and Willem Dafoe in here? Is there an enchantment in the light? Maybe? I kind of hope so. Ooh, we got some reversed slide guitar, I think. Or maybe that's some strings. Maybe that's some... Ooh, that's quite nice.
Turning your house into a parking lot.
Whoa, okay.
One more outfitter store that only the toys want. In the corner of town that just you and time forgot. I sit where your couch was, say go ahead and call the cops. Feeding the flightless birds on the pier.
I personally love Noah's falsetto. Like, he doesn't always hit the note perfectly, and I think I prefer it that way. It's just such an honest, vulnerable part of his range that he just he does effortlessly just kind of pop into there when he feels it appropriate, and it always feels appropriate. He's so good at it.
At the wreckage of you.
Oh, we're plodding along.
For as long as there's light.
Ooh, there's a little fuzz in there too. Bit of texture. This is another thing. This is more of I think, a folk thing than anything. Minimalist percussion. It's all acoustic, but they're putting so much space, and you feel that space in between the kick and the snare. There's so much restraint in that, but it expresses so much more than, you know, maybe like a more complicated like shuffle where you want to provide those textures, but you allow the silence to be its own texture to it. It's quite nice.
You were born with a face made for a missing son.
Damn, that's a line. Okay. Ooh, that's nice. Ooh, I like the way that snare sounds. Ooh, and that organ. Ooh. Oh, that's a nice sound. Ooh. Okay. We're back to spacing out. All right. Very good. I am really enjoying the variety that we're getting here. The rhythmic variety, the pacing variety. I never know what to expect from the next song, and I love that. This one's a bit of an abstract one lyrically, as far as I can tell. So let's just dive into the lyrics here. Verse 1, they're turning your house into a parking lot. One more outfitter store that only the tourists want. In the corner of town that just you and time forgot. I sit where your couch was, say go ahead, call the cops. So I don't know if the like you that we're referring to is a literal person or like the idea of someone. But there's this relationship of like Noah is not allowing that person's memory to fade. Well, the rest of the world is trying to like cover over it, move past it. Noah is sitting wherever that person was and is not allowing that person's memory to be taken away, even if they call the cops about it. Pre-chorus, feeding the flightless birds on the pier, hoping you might return to the fog around here. And then the chorus, but I look out at the wreckage of you, for as long as there's light, for as long as you last. I curse them all out when they fuck up your story. I tell it the way that you told me. So maybe this is someone that like passed away that no one knew, and Noah sees himself as someone that has to like defend their legacy and has to maintain their legacy. The person passed away sort of in a way that the news picked up. Noah's like, I'm gonna be the one to stick up for you and be mad when they tell your story wrong, because they don't know you the way that I know you. And I know the way to tell the story, and I know how you would want to be remembered. Verse 2, you were born with a face made for a missing sign, but you had something misplaced that you'd spend your life trying to find. I still hear your name from some of the local guys. Said they always placed you the leaving type. I don't know if this is a leaving or this is a dying situation. I don't know if it's a literal leaving or if they're talking about dying as leaving. I still hear your name from some of the local guys. They placed you for the leaving type. Maybe someone did see like, oh yeah, this is someone that, you know, wasn't terribly happy with life. But also if there's, you know, sort of a news story putting out, as the chorus implies, maybe they did go missing. And maybe the leaving type means maybe this person just left town. Maybe they just found something better. You had something misplaced that you'd spend your life trying to find, and maybe they ended up just leaving town and didn't tell Noah about it. Moving on to the outro, I comb the lighthouse and hope you're there in the morning, burning your boat back to the ocean. As in, Noah's still kind of hoping that this person comes back. There's a lot to be gleaned from this. There's a lot of angles to be taken here. you know, whether this person died or just left or went missing, this is Noah very much grieving this person, hoping for them to come back somehow, and in the meantime, taking responsibility for like maintaining their legacy. That's a sad place to be. But I like the way that everything was spaced out. It really gave you this feeling of like sort of plodding around town looking for that person, but also knowing that you're not going to find them, and so you just sort of end up wandering around. And it really felt like just wandering around this cold, foggy place, not really knowing what you're looking for. That was the feeling that I got. It was very powerful. Let's keep going. Track 6. Paid time off. We're getting some paid time off. I don't have paid time off from my job just because of the nature of the job itself. But I could use some.
I called you.
Oh, did you?
But I'd run out of words.
Oh, okay.
So I stared at the plastic
Oh.
colliding with dirt.
What plastic?
At the fast food
Okay.
sign out in them.
Lebanon in
I
New
prepared
Hampshire.
for the
Okay.
warfare with a voice in my head. I'm alone, getting lost in the scope of it. I see you driving,
Ooh.
and your love is like
Ooh,
an
that
open
little-
flame
ooh.
in my burning car.
Oh,
in a
okay.
closed garage. Someone once told us there's a world out there, but we don't care.
Okay,
enough
we're
to drive
pacing it
that
up a
far.
little bit.
It's been a damn near perfect day, just getting high at the outlet
Hell
mall.
yeah.
As people grow up and they move away, but you don't care, and I don't mind at all.
All right.
I had the brains for a city job, but you got the taste of a county cop. A pack of cigarettes and a round of golf. Make a living working for the paid time off. Such
I really like the way that he like plans out his like rhythmic shifts. How he builds his songs to be like, all right, we're starting off so slow, and like really in like interior headspace and just kind of being alone. And then the moment that someone else shows up, then you're like, oh, okay. Suddenly there's someone else in the world and things aren't so bad, you know? Or suddenly there's someone else that I need to like put on a different face for, and maybe that different face is a little bit more up tempo. Just a little bit of humming. Nice. That's a very cute little bridge. Ooh, a little bit of harmony there. Okay. That is something that really only folk can get away with, of just having a bridge, just being like humming the chorus melody, because like one of the main like tenets of folk is the sort of like minimalism and just using what you've got to make the music that is honest to you. That it creates this scene of like maybe you are just sort of sitting in the woods like Kermit the Frog with a banjo, just humming the melody that you can't get out of your head. That's such a thing of folk music I find very endearing.
I had the brains for a city job, but you got the taste of a county cop. A pack of cigarettes and a round of golf. Make a living working for the paid time off.
Nice. That was lovely. That really brought things back up. Sometimes I think Noah knows, you know, when he's gotta lift the mood a little bit, especially after a song like Lighthouse. I think he knew that the next track should be something a little bit more positive, a little bit more comforting. And this definitely did the job. Title works as a metaphor. That's crazy. Title of a song as a metaphor for a song? That's nuts. While it refers to taking time off from work, it points to something deeper, as metaphors tend to do. Needing distance from fame, expectations, or relationships while realizing that rest doesn't automatically heal you when the thing exhausting you lives inside your own head. The title almost feels ironic in that way. You can take time off from work, but not from yourself. You are paying for the time off, you might say. It's also that whole thing of like, wherever you go, there you are. Of like, yeah, you can leave the big city and take a break from the energy of that, but whatever effect the big city and the bustle and the busyness has had on you, you're gonna take that wherever you end up. And maybe being in a different place, in a quieter place, will help sort of extinguish that after a certain amount of time, but going to another place is not going to immediately take it away. Verse 1. I called you, but I run out of words, so I stared at the plastic colliding with dirt, at the fast food sign out in Leb. I prepared for the warfare with the voice in my head. And I thought it was strange how the letters were placed, how the hiring sign seemed to laugh in my face. And if you were here, you'd make a joke of it. I'm alone getting lost in the scope of it. Then I see you drive in. I love that break in the rhyming scheme. It's been like sort of rhyming couplets for the entire first verse, and then you drive in. Noah's kind of doing this thing in his own head of like, I had called you, I didn't really know what to say. Now I'm just sort of staring at plastic colliding with dirt. I don't know what that means. Could just be litter. So I'm at this fast food place. I'm getting ready for whatever dreaded conversation I'm about to have. Thought the hiring sign was weird and seemed to laugh at me because I've already got a job and I left here, or I came here to get away from my job. And if this other person were here, they'd probably see that and make a joke of it. And instead of making a joke of it, I'm just kind of starting to spiral here. And then you show up, and all of a sudden, the tone of the song totally changes. And the chorus is, and your love is like an open flame. I'm a running car, and you're a closed garage. Someone once told us there's a world out there, but we don't care enough to drive that far. It's been a damn near perfect day, just getting high at the outlet mall. People grow up and then move away, but you don't care, and I don't mind at all. So it seems like Noah is like taking comfort in this other person's contrasting relationship to home. Of like, Noah is this person that, left his small town in the Midwest and is, spending a lot of time out in the big cities doing music stuff, touring around. And this other person is a person that has found value in staying in the place that they know. They never felt that drive to leave town, and so they become this closed garage, this place of shelter, of like sort of insulating yourself from the world that Noah is maybe trying to get a vacation from. And now Noah's just had a damn near perfect day, just getting high at the outlet mall. He's indulging this sort of homebody energy that he's learned from this other person. Some people do grow up and then move away, but this other person doesn't really care about what other people do, and Noah finds value in that, which is great. Then we have the verse 2, which also functions as the outro. I got the car, you got the bag, a handwritten note left from mom and dad, a police scanner bouncing on the dash, a cup of burnt coffee, and a check to cash. I had the brains for a city job, but you got the taste of a county cop. Pack of cigarettes and a round of golf. Make a living working for the paid time off. So yeah, maybe this is also a sister song. So maybe he's gotten picked up. Maybe his sister is a cop. I'm reading into things a little bit, but you know, if you're getting picked up by someone with a handwritten note left from mom and dad, you're looking at a police scanner. Maybe his sister is a cop and he's just hanging out with his sister while she's sort of just on patrol. And so they're sort of appreciating their similarities and contrasts and their connections. Pack of cigarettes and a round of golf. Make a living working for the paid time off. Noah has been working so hard so that he can enjoy this time hanging out with his sister in his little hometown. I love the pre-chorus too. Such simple lines they drew to make this place. In the interest of time, we got a whole lot to waste. Just taking the time to not be productive. That's so good. That's so beautiful. And definitely an attitude that I think those of us that live in the big city could stand to adopt maybe once in a while. It's good to be productive when you need to be, but it's also good to value the time when you don't need to get anything done. You know? Let's keep moving. Track 7, Staying Still. Knowing Noah, I don't know Noah, but from what I've picked up from his other music, doesn't seem like the kind of guy that likes to stay still. But maybe is trying to teach himself to do that more often. All right. We got some acoustic and electric guitar coming in. Nice.
We drank and I convinced you that the wildfire smog was the northern lights. Lately I've been looking at you harder, just taking you in.
I'm sorry, but that's just I just find that such a funny line. We drank and I convinced you that the wildfire smog was the northern lights. As someone that lives in an area that very rarely, but occasionally does get the northern lights, you know when it's the northern lights. But also it's a funny sort of dark joke to try and convince someone that a wildfire, like the smog from a wildfire, is actually just this beautiful cosmic phenomenon. I find that quite funny. Ooh.
Your boots so filled with water.
Oh, what is this drummer doing?
But you could punch me in the gut.
Ooh.
And it wouldn't hurt that much.
All right, nice. We got a little bit offbeat hits going on here. I like that.
And I never asked for much, but I hope that Logan crumbles and gets hit by a tornado.
Damn. Ooh, we're building.
Oh, I can't keep on starting over, sleeping in a bed, empty, daydreaming.
I knew Noah's known for his big acoustic folk rock shots. I don't think it's View Between Villages. There's a different song that has like a very similar, like it's sort of the outro to the song, but it hits a very similar rhythmic choice. And it feels great every time. Is it, particularly an original musical choice? Perhaps not. Feels good every time though. Interesting. Okay.
Are you good at staying still? Where will you up and leave? Will you be there in the morning?
I really like that drum rhythm.
I always say that the sunlight, 3 p.m.
Always going up into the higher range. But we're still building. Ooh. Hear that tambourine accent?
I'll be good. I'll be fine. I can laugh about it.
There we go.
Try to keep on starting over.
Nice. Just let that drone on.
Are you good at staying still? Or will you up and leave? Will you be there in the morning?
Ooh. Leave it hanging on that organ. Nice. All right, we got another. Please, can this one relationship just last? Can we please not, go away? Staying Still is a song about wanting somebody's plane to not take off so that they can't leave you. Just like kind of a fun rocking song, and I'm so glad that you guys get to listen to it. I enjoy it. It was a fun rocking song, and also very, very sad premise. Very sad boy. But we knew that going in. Verse 1, we drank, and I convinced you that the wildfire smog was the northern lights. Lately, I've been looking at you harder, just taking you in. At the callus on your finger from the handbrake grip on your junkyard bike, and your boots so filled with water, I mean soaking wet. So Noah is probably starting to realize that he's got a limited amount of time with this person, or at least having them around in person, and is just taking this moment to soak in, maybe pun intended, every detail of this person before they leave, leading into pre-chorus. But you could punch me in the gut, and it wouldn't hurt like watching you go smaller on the back road. And I never asked for much, but I hope that Logan crumbles and gets hit by a tornado. Logan being the Logan Airport, saying, hey, I hope that before we get to the airport, I hope that, whoopsie, the entire airport's been destroyed. So I guess you can't leave. Oh man, I guess you're gonna have to just stay and hang out with me more. Oh, what a shame. Oh no. Leading into the chorus. Oh, I can't keep on starting over, sleeping in a bed half empty, daydreaming. All love must leave, oh, but search for it I will. Honey, tell me, are you good at staying still? Are you good at staying still? Oh well, will you up and leave, or will you be there in the morning? So maybe this is sort of a occasionally long distance relationship. Maybe they do have a limited time of being together in the same place. Seems to me that Noah's only got so much mileage in a relationship like that. Just sort of being hey, are you good at staying in one place? And if you're gonna, are you staying here or are you staying over there? Could you let me know how good at staying still you are, please? I like pre-chorus, but the Charles meets the sun and the Harvard track team runs past my truck, stuck on Starro. And I never asked for much, but I hope that Logan crumbles and gets hit by a tornado. So Noah kind of describing himself being sort of passed by the rest of the city, and you got the Harvard track team just sort of running past him, and then running past his truck that is broken down on the road, feeling left behind, which I think is sort of the feeling that he's expressing there. And he's I don't ask for much, I don't feel like I'm asking a big thing. I'm simply asking if someone could completely destroy Logan Airport so that you don't have to leave. Is that too much? Is that too much to ask? Then the bridge, put in love, put in hours, put in ceremony, as I was, how you were, what was there before me. Never mind, oh, forget about it. I'll be good, I'll be fine. I can laugh about it. Which, Noah, maybe you shouldn't have to be fine. Maybe you don't have to laugh about it. Maybe you should have a serious conversation with this person, because it seems like either you just keep going through the motions of feeling the dread of this person leaving, or you maybe honestly tell them, hey, I don't know if this long distance setup is sustainable for me. Obviously, that's a scary conversation to have, on the chance that they land on the confusion that the answer is to end the relationship because this other person can't stay where Noah is. But it seems like that might be a less harmful option than this indefinite hurt of being left by someone that you love. Let's keep going to the title track, The Great Divide. We're talking about like the Grand Canyon, or are we talking, this is probably a metaphorical Great Divide. Sometimes the title of a song is a metaphor. Remember that. Ooh, this is almost like almost sounds like more of like a 70s sort of folk sound.
Last time that we talked about anything but looking out for calls. We got cigarette burns in the same side of our hands. We ain't friends, we're just morons. We broke skin in the same spot.
Oh, interesting.
But I've never seen you take a turn that wide. And I'm high enough to still care if I die.
Okay, that's a line. Jeez.
So I tried to read the thoughts that you worked overtime to start. You said fuck off, and I said nothing for a while.
Okay.
You know I think about you all the time.
Ooh, these are some dark chords. These are some foreboding chords. Right. Yeah.
You wedged yourself across the great divide. We drove aimlessly along the twin-state line. I heard nothing but the bass in every ballad that you'd play, while you swore to God this singer in your mind.
Right.
The world is scared of hesitating things. Yeah, they only shoot the birds who cannot sing.
There are so many like dark, heartbreaking lines in this song. Like it's just he's getting so many hit combos in this. There's so many lines in this song that are just sort of taking me out. My goodness.
I hope you settle down. I hope you marry rich. I hope you're scared of all the ordinary shit, like murderers and ghosts and cancer on your skin, and not your soul and what he might do with it.
Nice. And they were jamming. Little guitar solo. Very nice. I like what the drums are doing.
I hope you threw a brick right into that stained glass. I hope you're with someone who isn't scared to ask. I hope that you're not losing sleep about what's next, or about your soul and what he might do with it.
Whew. Okay. Well, this one's a doozy. Amidst undertones of religious trauma, The Great Divide focuses on an eroding relationship, a divide that forms through suppressed anger, avoided questions, and subtle emotional shifts. One person is still trying to reach in while the other has already pulled back. It's about misalignment and avoidance, and how silence and small resentments can create distance that eventually feels impossible to cross. I started to think about divide in my life, whether that was the divide between me and this old version of me, or me and the people that I used to know growing up, or the people that are in my life that I'm still trying to keep a relationship with. And there is that, I definitely see that in this, but there's a couple things specifically having to do with that religious trauma that I think I was noticing a little bit more. But maybe that's just because I recognize it a little bit easier. Verse 1. I can't recall the last time that we talked about anything but looking out for cops. We got cigarette burns in the same side of our hands. We ain't friends, we're just morons who broke skin in the same spot. But I've never seen you take a turn that wide, and I'm high enough to still care if I die. So I tried to read the thoughts that you'd worked overtime to stop. You said, fuck off. And I said nothing for a while. Yeah, this description of like this friendship that is not built on talking to each other or opening up to each other about what we got going on, just built on doing stupid shit with each other, whether it's cigarette burns in the same side of our hands, just morons that got hurt in the same way. And I think that's a very common thing for male friendships in general. We're not stereotypically great at engaging in friendship with other men as an emotional activity. We just find it's nice to do activities, harmful or not, with someone else there. And so we tend to use that as a substitution for actually talking about our lives and how we feel about stuff. So we've introduced these two people as friends that have sort of grown up just doing stupid shit together, and having that be the basis of this good friendship. But that stupid shit and that sort of self-endangering behavior manifests in the new way, in this wide turn that is actually like dangerous in a way that is new and unfamiliar to Noah. And the line, I'm high enough to still care if I die, we don't have time to unpack that line. And so he has this moment where he's like, okay, what's actually going on with this other person? I haven't actually taken any time to connect with this person about what they've got going on in their head and what they might be dealing with. And because they haven't put in that time or that work or that rapport with each other to hold each other accountable for that stuff, the other person is just like, no, you don't get that. Fuck off. You don't get to call me out for that. And so then you're left with this silence of things that you want to talk about, but haven't built up a rapport with each other enough to actually talk about. And it's really sad. And it's a very common thing with a lot of men, particularly. Moving into the pre-chorus, I think about you all the time, and my deep misunderstanding of your life, and how bad it must have been for you back then, and how hard it was to keep it all inside, including that line of like reading the thoughts that you had worked overtime to stop. There's this whole internal life that this other person has been going through, all of these maybe intrusive thoughts that they have put in the work to try and prevent from manifesting in their actual life, except at this one time that they take a turn a little bit too wide, and it clues Noah in of like, oh, there's all this stuff that I don't know about you. I simply don't know much about your life. I don't understand what kind of emotional space you take up and what you've been through and how much work and effort you've had to put in to not open up to anyone else about it. Then the chorus, I hope you settle down. I hope you marry rich. I hope you're scared of only ordinary shit. Like murderers and ghosts and cancer on your skin, and not your soul and what he might do with it. We got a little emotional reading this one. 8 tracks in. Knew it was going to happen at some point, knowing Noah Kahan's music and the effect that it has on me. Basically, Noah being like, I hope that you live a normal life. I hope you get the time to live a normal life and to live well, and I hope that the only danger to you is external, internal. Even if that external thing is skin cancer, he hopes that it is, that whatever harm comes to this friend comes from the cruelty of the world and not from this friend's internal thoughts and processes. And your soul and what he might do with it, it's a reference to a belief that is held in a lot of conservative Christian circles. Even if you're a believer, you don't go to heaven if you kill yourself. It's a really fucked up belief, and I think it comes from a place of wanting to prevent that and wanting to, de-incentivize people from, ending their own life. But it just sort of ends up feeding more into this like oppressive inability to open up about this stuff, because you don't want to, talk about the things that you're struggling with, because those things are sinful, and you don't want to come across like you're struggling with sin, because then you're going to come out like a bad Christian. And it sounds like the way that Noah is talking about this other person, it seems like this other person is something of a believer. And so you're not only worrying about your own mental health, but you're also worrying about how your struggle with your mental health is going to be perceived by other people or God. And that's a real 1-2 punch, man. I've talked to people that have that belief that you don't go to heaven if you end your own life. And I get where it comes from, but that doesn't make it any less of a misunderstanding of how depression actually works and how people actually come to the place of ending themselves. Don't tell people that. Don't tell people that they're going to go to hell if they kill themselves. Just, if you've said that to someone, don't stop. Do not do that, and also stop doing that forever. Stop doing it forever, please. I think I'm going to leave it there. I know that there are other parts of this song that I could touch on, but I think that's all. I think what I've said is really the main thoughts that I have on this song. I really enjoyed this one. This shit was powerful. I think you can tell from the pacing of my speech that this one definitely stopped me in my tracks a little bit. And I very much admire Noah for writing a song that can do that. Let's keep going to track number 9, Haircut. I've not gotten a haircut in a little bit. Actually, no, that's not true. I got a haircut a number of months ago. I just didn't get it cut short, and I don't plan on cutting my hair short really anytime soon. Maybe a little bit shorter to keep it manageable, but I'm keeping this shit long for as long as it looks good. So let's hear about Noah's haircut.
Stone took the phone lines down.
Okay, we're going right into it.
Now
Jeez.
I can't call, and you're bouncing off the walls. Stretch my arms real wide, tried to break your fall, but you got up mad as hell and told me that I had it all.
What? Okay.
Tried to heal your wounds, just to say I helped.
Ooh, that's a good line. I like
Just
that.
to say that some small fame ain't made me someone else. It ain't a high road now.
Ooh.
It's just an even ground.
Alright, we're hitting some...
And I ain't even around. Slow your speed
I like those
down.
hits.
You told me if a lie turned true, and I would still be. You ain't a goddamn hero now, 'cause you cry on live TV.
Okay. Nice.
Sleeping at my dad's place, happy for your hair.
Ooh, that violin. I like
Glad you
that.
got your act clean. Showing up like bad news and leaving like a bad dream. Help me if it helps you sleep.
Interesting. Okay. This one's feeling a little bit salty.
Don't need to go sign
Okay.
now.
Ooh, that
we get
fiddle.
it on just fine. I drove your ass home. You walked into a haunted house and got angry at the ghost. We were fine without you, baby.
Ooh, that harmonica going on in there.
So spare us
Ooh.
all the pity, love. Save it for the microphone.
Interesting.
Stick out a soul still. Help me if it helps you right. We were fine without you, baby.
That's really funny. Despite all odds, that was great. I feel that so much. Oh my goodness, I hate recording. I hate the recording process. I like making music. I hate recording. Okay, the perspective of this song is a little bit tricky to place. It doesn't feel like it's from the perspective of Noah, but I'm not sure whose it would be otherwise. There is one section here that says, the haircut is about returning home after changing and the tension that comes with it. The haircut symbolizes a visible, controlled transformation. The song questions whether that change is real or just surface level. It shifts focus to the people who stayed behind, showing their frustration with someone who comes back acting superior or distant. Instead of nostalgia, it highlights emotional fatigue and the sense of being used as part of someone else's story. At its core, the song suggests that letting go doesn't always look like sadness. Sometimes it looks like indifference, and returning doesn't guarantee reconnection. Okay. So maybe it's Noah calling himself out for some attitudes that he may have when he returns to small town Vermont. Maybe he is calling out the people that he's returning to for projecting some things onto him that he doesn't actually feel. Hard to say. I think some of the things that are said about him are a little bit harsh, but that might just be Noah being harsh to himself. First one, storm took the phone lines down and now your ride can't call and you're bouncing off the walls. I stretched my arms real wide, tried to break your fall, but you got up mad as hell and told me that I had it all. I tried to help heal your wounds, just to say I helped, just to say that some small fame ain't made me someone else. It ain't a high road now, it's just uneven ground. And I ain't even around to slow your speeding down. You told me if a lie turned true, a lie it would still be. You ain't a goddamn hero now because you cry on live TV. I'm assuming the you is someone else speaking. No, it's Noah speaking to the other person. I stretched my arms real wide, tried to break your fall. Okay, so someone else is stressed because their ride can't call because the phone lines are down. Someone else is stressed. Noah tries to comfort them, tries to give them a hug, and they get pissed about it because they got a little self-conscious about where Noah is at and his relationship to them. He's trying to help just to feel good about himself is kind of what he's being accused of. It ain't a high road now, it's just uneven ground. It's a real sort of like, you think you're better than me kind of energy, just because you left town and you did real well and now you're back. Like, doesn't make you better than me. It doesn't make you worthy of helping me. And you're not even around to help me when I'm actually like, you're just here right now, but if I actually had a problem, you're not going to be around to help for the long term. You ain't a goddamn hero now because you cry on live TV is a really good line. I'm curious about this. If a lie turned true, a lie would still be. What he once questioned in himself, whether his honesty was real, is now being called out by someone else as performance, not truth. So he's being yelled at of being like, your affection isn't actually true. And even if it is, it doesn't feel true, so it doesn't matter. Which is not fair. That's just not fair. If he's trying to help you, you can offer him the benefit of the doubt and think that he's just trying to help because he's there, and maybe he's the only one there and he wants to help. You know, maybe he just wants to help. Moving into the chorus, but at least I got a soul still, even if I'm in a bad place. Even if I'm eating fast food, sleeping at my dad's place. I'm happy for your haircut. I'm glad you got your act clean. You're showing up like bad news and leaving like a bad dream. It's Noah sort of like calling himself out of like, has he lost his soul in the process of doing well with himself? Has he gained the world and lost his soul? And now is trying to return to the people that, you know, aren't doing so well materially, but still like have their sense of self with them. And these people being like, great, I'm glad you got your haircut. I'm glad that you're doing well, but you showing up here is not gonna help me. And I think if this is Noah Kahan, like calling himself out for being like a fake, I don't know if that's justified. Honestly, like obviously I don't know what kind of interactions he's had with the people in town, or if that is the perspective to take for this song. But if that is the perspective, I don't feel like that's fair. Verse 2, I don't need your cosign now. Oh, we get along just fine. For 200 years, we laid bricks in the dirt, put solar in the copper mines. You grew your hair out long. Now you think you're Jesus Christ. There ain't nobody mistaking your guilt for some great sacrifice. Got bored of the New Hampshire space. You left us for the New York Times. And now you stumble around like a ghost telling people how you died. You told me if a lie turned true, a lie would still be. You ain't a goddamn hero now because you cry on live TV. So yeah, being sort of called out of like, just because you've been out, you know, getting in the New York Times, you got bored of here. Meanwhile, we've been trying to restore this small town in New Hampshire. We know that the copper mines need to get changed up with something else. We built the bricks. We did the hard work to make this place somewhere that's sustainable for us. You left, right? You have not been here to put in the work, but now you're coming back saying that it's a tragedy that everyone forgot about you. We've been busy, which is kind of fair. I think that is a valid point. If you're going off and you're doing quite well for yourself as a musician, and you've made it big in music Hollywood, then you can only complain about so many things. Not to say that Noah's life is perfect, as reflected in his songwriting. You can't go back to a small town and act like a big deal, because that's just not going to be received well. I really like the post-chorus. Help me if it helps you sleep. Help me if it helps you write. Help me if it helps you leave. Help me if it helps you lie crying in the bathroom, baby. Which, I like this because it's really harsh. I don't think it's fair, but I think it is a very potent way of describing what Noah's sort of accusing himself of like only helping in order to make himself feel better or give himself a story to write about and, put his own narrative spin on. Meanwhile, there is someone else crying in the bathroom. That's just a thing that is happening to a human. But I think if no one wants to help, I think he should be allowed to help. Regardless of what he does with that experience, I think he should be allowed to help. I don't know if that's a wrong thing to say, but I think if someone's there to help, even if, they're Mr. Noah Stick Season featuring, or freaking Noah Northern Attitude featuring Hosier Kahan, I think he should be allowed to help. And then the bridge drove your ass home. You walked into a haunted house, got angry at the ghosts. We were fine without you, baby, long after you're gone. Spare us all the pity, love, save it for the microphone. A good point. Walking into a haunted house and got angry at the ghosts is a really good line. Like, yeah, they've been carrying on with their small town life for a long time after he's left. If you feel bad for your hometown, freaking write about it, which he's already been doing, which is kind of something that I touched on where I was like, I do wonder how New Hampshire feels about some of the things that Noah Kahan has put into his music about his hometown. And it seems like this might be the answer. Is a little bit of resentment for it. Let's leave that there. Keep moving. I'm going to do the next 2 tracks, and then I'm going to leave the rest of this album for tomorrow, which is not going to make much difference to you. If you've been waiting for this video, just know that it probably took an extra day to make because there's just so much goddamn music on this album. Track 10, Willing and Able. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, that guitar part sounds like Noah might have learned a thing or two from Mr. Hosier.
Oh, when my weight left the room, did you take a deep breath? I stole the beer, drove home, there was only one left. I'm within and able.
Alright, we're back into that plotting.
You wanna kick this rock around? If you've got a bone to pick with me, if you've got a flag planted in the ground, oh, I'll stay here till morning. I'd be willing and able.
Ooh, that's a really nice guitar line. I like that a lot.
Look at you leaving again, it's all you know how to do.
Ooh, interesting, okay.
Go ahead, take the last of the drinks, the world belongs to you.
Okay. Again, I usually talk about the lyrics at the end, after the song, but we're noticing verse 1 is about Noah leaving and stealing a beer and driving home, and now we're at the other perspective, the other one, the opposite one, the one that's not the first one, the other one. We've switched over to the beginning of the story, but from the opposite perspective, is what I've been saying.
And I'll say I love you and mean it this time. Say I'm sorry for everything else. If we found a way to the other side, I'd be willing and able. I'd be willing and able. If you're willing, I'm able.
Okay, that's a sad one. Willing and able. There's a lot going on in here. So this might be another sister song. This might also be like a romantic relationship song. So verse 1, oh, when my weight left the room, did you take a deep breath? Okay, so I think this is a romantic relationship thing. Yeah. I stole a beer, drove home, there was only one left. And I wrestled the feeling you're still thinking about that. Wide awake in your room, just seething about that. So we've got, starting with Noah's perspective of getting up in the morning, leaving while this person is still asleep. They noticed when he left, and then stole a beer, which is kind of an asshole move, especially if it's the last one. Don't steal people's beer if it's the last one. Just don't do that. And he seems to know that might have been an asshole move. So maybe Noah just stop stealing people's beer. If you don't want to wrestle with whether someone's angry at you for something that you know is kind of an asshole move, maybe don't do that thing. Then pre-chorus, when I make my flight, I'm the devil, but when I stay the night, then we drink, and we stay up and fight about the childhood lie that we both had the courage to leave. So now we're in sort of a damned if I do, damned if I don't kind of situation of there's this tension, there are these like unresolved issues that they've sort of been dancing around, that they've been avoiding talking about. If I leave, then I'm the guy that gets to leave. And that's not great. But when I stay, then we drink and everything comes out. And we stay up and fight about this. The childhood lie is what made me unsure of what sort of relationship this is talking about. That we both had the courage to leave. Then the chorus, I'm willing and able if you want to kick this rock around. If you've got a bone to pick with me, if you've got a flag, plant it in the ground. I'll stay here till morning, or we can fight like we used to fight. Bony-limbed, red-faced, and teary-eyed, under the glow of the TV light, I'd be willing and able. I love that descriptive line, bony-limbed, red-faced, and teary-eyed. He's like, if we need to fight messy and let everything out and get emotional and brutal about things and cry and yell at each other, if that's what it takes to work some of this shit out, I'm willing and able, which is a good approach to have to things. If there's a hard conversation to make and you want the relationship to move past it, you got to be willing to have the hard conversation. So then we switch to the other one, the thing that's on the other side, the thing on the other side, the other one. Look at you leaving again. It's all you know how to do. Go ahead, take the last of the drinks. The world belongs to you. They all say you're a light. All I see is a shadow. And I'll see you again in 6 months when you need your next song. So this is now, I guess, Noah putting himself in the perspective of the person he's leaving, and the sort of impression that him leaving places on them is like, oh yeah, sure, you're leaving, you gotta go be big Mr. Music Man out in the world. Great, yeah, while you're leaving, yeah, take the last of the drinks. It's not like anything belongs to me. Of course, everything belongs to big Mr. Music Man. They all say you're a light, that you're this blessing to humanity, that you're the love, that you're this just wonderful man, music Mr. Man. But all I see is someone leaving. I just see the dark side because you're walking out. But I guess I'll see you again when you need to write a song, because that's all I am. Which, again, we see that sort of energy following through from Haircut. Moving into their pre-chorus, because if I call you out, I'm an asshole, but I tell the truth when I drink. So come home, let's fight about the childhood lie. We don't care what the other one thinks. This acknowledgement that we do have this investment in this relationship, we do care about each other, we do care about how the other person feels about us. We want things to be better between us. So come on back home. Let's hash this out. Let's kick this rock around, pick the bone under the glow of the TV light. If it's going to be messy for a little bit, let it be messy if it means that we can walk out of it with a stronger relationship. Moving into the bridge. Oh, I wish you could know me, and I wish I could know you much more sometimes. Wish I could do nothing with you. Sit in the yard while the day dies. Leave it all on the table. And I'll say I love you and mean it this time. Say I'm sorry for everything else if we found a way to the other side. And then moving into the outro, just saying I'd be willing and able. And then the last line is, if you're willing, I'm able. This has to be a two-way street. Both people have to be willing to just hash it out and get into the weeds about things for the sake of the relationship. It's a two-way street. And this is a beautiful illustration of that element of a lot of really close relationships. Like I said, not just romantic relationships that, have maybe been through the years, but this also applies to sibling relationships. Sometimes you just get to a point with each other where there's been so much in growing up that has gone unaddressed that you kind of got to break the precedent of not talking about it. Just to be like, hey, I don't like that there's this tension when we're just hanging out. Can we talk about some things that we are maybe scared to talk about if it means that we come out a bit closer? All right, I'm going to cover track 11, Dashboard, and I'm going to take a little break and come back tomorrow to cover the rest of it. Let's hear about this Dashboard. All right, we're back in the 6/8. Noah Kahan loves, well, I guess it's either 6/8 or 3/4. I'm a little loosey-goosey when it comes to that.
Leave the pain, you can't solve it, the folks you let down. And you tell yourself lies and disguise them as facts.
Oh, that's a nice little. That's such a country thing to do. That jangly guitar coming in that way.
Look at you go, cross the state lines with your shadow, trying to run away, change your zip code. Turns out that you're still an asshole.
Okay. Nice. Very good. All right.
All your new friends look a lot like your last. I wonder why. Took all those loose ends, made of sandalwood beads round your neck. Deuce.
That was a great choice. Both of those spoken parts. I guess that's both, like, maybe both a folk and country thing. They share a lot of musical tropes. Just the sort of like, I wonder why, the like throwaway spoken lines, and also just saying douche. That's great. I think this song is more him calling himself out for stuff. So just sort of calling yourself out in a little bit harsh way. I like that line.
Suddenly somebody else, 'cause you worked on yourself, got a dog.
Oh, you got a dog. You got a new dog. Okay. Nice. Oh, that's a fun little solo. good. Ooh. Noah got a good band for this album. I assume it's the same band that he had for Stick Season. In either case, it's a good band. This is another Noah pointing a finger at himself when he says that he's an asshole. I think that's my take on this one. I feel like early in this album, we're listening to a lot of him struggling with like other people leaving, like, especially with Downfall. Him struggling with other people like leaving to take their flight, you know, and feeling like he's sort of keeps getting left behind. And now he is identifying himself as the one that leaves other people behind. You know, he's the musician that got big and is now traveling the world, and then every now and then returns to his town a big deal, and maybe let a little bit of that get to his head. So much of this album so far, we're only just now finishing off the back half, or the front half, I should say, holding himself up to that same standard of, I keep leaving, but I'm not that much different than if I had stayed. Everywhere you go, there you are. And I think that's a pretty good summary of this song. First one, you always went looking for an easy way out. Leave the pain you can't solve with the folks you let down. Like the world just restarts, like the clock just resets. Like we all just move on, like we all just forget. And you tell yourself lies and disguise them as facts. It'll hurt half as much if you drive twice as fast. Then the pre-chorus, just when you think that the road's straight ahead, is when the devil shows up on your dashboard again. And I think the devil showing up is sort of being like, whatever problems you thought you were leaving, they follow you. They shouldn't. They'll show up on the road. Basically, that devil will be in the car with you. Then the chorus, look at you go, crossing state lines with your shadow. Trying to run away, change your zip code. Turns out you're still an asshole. Crossing state lines with your shadow, very much just sort of being like, you're trying to get away from your problems, maybe. You're trying to like drive fast enough from, you know, the relationships that you have hurt. But that hurt isn't going to go away just because you're not around those people. Those problems are coming with you because you have not solved the things that caused you to hurt those people. I like that in the later choruses, it's like, it ain't our fault that you aren't suddenly somebody else because you worked on yourself, got a dog. Like, yes, if you're working on yourself, that is good. And honestly, that can often help you change as a person. And I think if he is working on himself, maybe he is less of an asshole after all. Getting a dog, that's probably healing for you. You know, Noah has written lots of music about the trauma of losing his dog. Getting another dog is probably a very big healing step for him. Doesn't necessarily solve all of his problems, though. But the working on yourself, you know, if you're working on yourself, then that's positive change. Doesn't get you the whole distance immediately. So I think this is another example of Noah being a little harsh to himself, but as a way of sort of holding himself accountable, being a little bit hyperbolic as a means of keeping himself in check. That's all I'm doing for today. I'll see you in a few seconds, but a day will have passed for me. So hold on.
One eternity later.
All right. Well, unfortunately, 2 weeks have passed. I finished recording. I thought I was going to be able to do it the next day, and then I couldn't. And then things happened. I went on a nice little trip with Rachel, went and saw my cousin get married. And then more time passed, and I was busy. And now here we are. Again, doesn't make a whole lot of difference now that you're watching this. But it does provide perhaps some explanation as to how long it took me to get this video out. we're in the back half now. We have one fewer song in this half of the album than we did in the first one. Who knows what that's going to say about this second half of the album? But we're right back into it. I'm right back into it. We're listening to track 12 of 21. Jesus Christ. Titled 23. I've not been 23 in a while. 2019. Yeah, I was a slightly different person in 2019, as I'm sure many of us were. Let's hear about how Noah felt about being 23.
Half as drunk as I thought I'd be by now, that's good.
Okay, yeah, I guess that is good.
I can still see the people around me change shape. Speak the minds and pretend
I like this guitar part.
Preaching about sin over lines of cocaine.
I like that line.
Even when you're not here, it becomes about you. They all want me to tell them your story. You broke in and still trying to from my living room.
Oh, damn. Okay. Oh, jeez. All right.
Kinda makes all the other parts boring. You stand over half a foot taller than me.
There's such a specific tone to this going in. You know, I'm picking up on the tone with, combined with the tone of the lyrics. But it's just it's so pensive and like kind of resigned. It's just sort of like Noah's not happy about talking about all of these things, but it's hard to get away from it. Is again, reading a little bit into the lyrics a bit, but even just the guitar part is so like kind of drawn out, sort of dragging back a bit. So there's this sort of feeling of resistance of like no one doesn't want to have to be telling this story, but it's one that bears telling.
You can be anything I want. 23, clean the engine heat, teaching me how the thing runs. Stay gone.
Wow. Damn.
Won't you stay gone?
Jeez.
Tattooed your initials into my
I wonder
right
if we're gonna
arm.
get any drums in this one.
So I'd see your name when I lift up a drink.
We're getting another guitar part in here.
There ain't nothing else here worth catching up on. So I hope that it's warm wherever you sleep.
Ooh,
And I've got
there's some
a feeling
percussion.
I won't go away.
Yeah, there's a little bit of
Our dudes
banjo
are calling it just
peeking in
moving
here
on.
too. It's not necessarily that he's building, but there are like more and more layers getting added on. So I don't know if there's going to be like a big crash into things, or if we're just sort of steadily adding layers until by the time we get to the end, they'll have been going like full force, like really big. But there won't necessarily be a single moment of everything else coming in. Only one way to find out, I guess.
Stay gone.
Oh, I love that booming.
Stay gone.
It might just be like toms. There might not even be a snare in there.
No, I've been running all this time. Sprinting
Okay,
my
we're
way
dropping
past
out
my
for a bit.
bedroom, lifting the weight of you off my mind. 'Cause if I
There we
never
go.
see you again, you can be anything I want.
It's that high note.
23, clean the engine heat, teaching me how the thing runs. Stay
That's nice. Ooh, and a little sparkly end there. Okay, there's a lot going on in here, lyric-wise. 23 explores a relationship strained by imbalance and addiction. The narrator is more emotionally invested, stuck waiting for consistency that never fully arrives, while substance use lingers in the background as both a coping mechanism and a source of instability, as it tends to be. Yeah, I read the stay gone as long as they're gone, then I can just sort of hold on to this simpler version of them in your head. Like, as soon as they come back into your life, then you're sort of confronted with all of those complicated feelings, and if they're back, then they have the chance to complicate those feelings even further. And so if they just stay gone, then you don't have to worry about, the messiness of them being back in your life. You can just sort of rely on your sort of basic memories of the person and just sort of assume that they've stayed the same on their own. Verse 1, half as drunk as I thought I'd be by now. That's good. I can still see the people around me change shape, speak their minds, and pretend they were misunderstood. Preaching about sin over lines of cocaine. Even when you're not here, it becomes about you. They all want me to tell them your story. You broke in and stole china from our living room. Kind of makes all the other parts boring. You stand over half a foot taller than me. Your marks on the wall of the weight room. Naive to believe you would come back and see if I could finally take you. Then into the chorus. Oh, well, I'd beat your ass till the morning. You know I've been running all this time. Sprinting my way past your bedroom, lifting the weight of you off my mind. Because if I never see you again, you could be anything I want. 23, cleaning the engine heat, teaching me how the thing runs. Stay gone. Won't you stay gone? Yeah, I get the chance that this might be a sibling, or like a family member at least, from sprinting my way past your bedroom. Could be a childhood friend that you just spent a lot of time at their house. But the line, if I never see you again, you could be anything I want. Right? It's so much easier to just be like, I haven't seen them. This is how I assume they are. And you can just construct whatever version of them fits well with how you've sort of interacted with the relationship. And if you want, you can imagine them 23, clean in the engine, teaching me how the thing runs. There's two ways that you can actually hear the line clean in the engine, which I think is a purposeful, a deliberate choice by Noah. It can mean clean in the engine, as in your own engine, as in clean from drugs. Like maybe you can imagine that this person has finally gotten themselves clean, but it also fits into second line, teaching me how the thing runs, of cleaning the engine, or just cleaning without the G. Cleaning the engine, teaching me how the thing runs, which then harkens back to this, memory that Noah might have of this person, like working on a car with him and showing him how a car runs and bonding over that. It's this encapsulation of the best memories that Noah can kind of hang on to. This is the anything he wants that he could be. Just has not gotten any older. He's just 23. He's just young and stupid, but he also is doing fine, and can remember him for helping Noah learn how a car works. The rest of the song, particularly the verses, go into how messy this relationship has been. Like, broke in and stole china from the living room. Marks on the wall of the weight room. Like, this is someone that also dealt with a lot of aggression and maybe anger problems. verse 2, we get into more of it. Tattoo your initials into my right arm, so I'd see your name when I lift up a drink. There ain't nothing else here worth catching up on, so I hope that it's warm wherever you sleep. And I've got a feeling that won't go away. The doctors are calling it just moving on. I still ball up my fists when they mention your name. No one gets to talk shit but the ones you've shit on. Which is a great line. I love that last line so much. It's such a great, like, reduction to, not reduction in the bad way, but just like condensed down to its essential nature of how Noah feels about this person. Of like, on one hand, this person has done a lot of damage to their relationship, but no one else gets to be mad about it but Noah. No one else gets to shit on this person except for the person that they have shit on, which is Noah. Noah has the license to complain about this person because he's the one that actually knew them and that was actually in relationship with them and actually put in the time to get close enough to be hurt by them. This is exactly the kind of stuff that I enjoy Noah Kahan's music for. So grounded and realistic, and at the same time complicated and like mature, but also like mature without discounting emotion. He's got such a talent for storytelling, illustrating relationships. The song itself is not based on a story of my life. That's good to know. But based on a lot of friendships I have with people who have family members who are struggling with addiction or who have siblings who they can't connect to. Okay. Is that feeling of, I want you back, but I don't want this version of you back. And I want that moment when we were sitting over the car hood and you were showing me how the engine worked and everything was normal. And so seeing who you are now betrays this version of you that I really want you to be in this memory I have of you. It's a little selfish because it's like you're asking someone to change for you, but it's that kind of childlike, innocent hope that someday we'll just be exactly where we were. Okay, knowing that this is not necessarily based on a story of Noah Kahan's life, maybe runs counter to the no one shits on you except the person you shit on, should maybe be turned in the same argument to writing the song in itself. Like, maybe wonder if this is Noah's story to tell, but I digress. But I guess it does, like, within the context of the song, it becomes less of complicated feelings of the past, but the feelings of the past being complicated by the present version of themselves, of these people that are now struggling a bit more, that have now gone a little bit downhill. Which also fits into what I've said, is like, it's much easier to remember the fonder version of them than to deal with the reality of the current relationship. With that, we will continue on to track number 13, Porch Light. Something's happening under the porch light, or on top of the porch light. Sometimes the porch has the lights like in the porch, like right in the steps. Sometimes they're built in. Ooh. Oh, we're a little bit more up tempo here. Let's go. Ooh. That's a much higher chord progression.
It's all over the internet, but hey, I mean, you knew that after all. You're looking for an autopsy or a half-assed half apology, then I think you picked the wrong time to make this call. It is not irrelevant that you stop taking your medicine, but I'm giving you the benefit cause it's raining now. I'll tell you how the weather is, and you'll slip into some eloquently rambling mixed message, and I should shut you down. But it's cold, and it's cold, and it's cold, and it's cold, and it's cold.
I will preface this with saying sometimes I have mixed feelings about repeating the same line in the section of a song. Sometimes it can be a little bit lazy, but that's not to say that I think it is inherently lazy to do that if you know what you're doing with it, which is creating an effect out of that repetition. That little refrain of "it's cold and it's cold and it's cold" really does that. It really sinks you into, because it comes right away and you're not necessarily expecting it unless you're reading the lyrics. And so he takes that time to like sink you into this state of mind of like you're on this phone call and then you realize, oh, it's cold, and you let it set in. You let the temperature drop, as it were. That's quite effective.
I don't know, I'm alone,
Ooh.
I'm alone, I'm alone, I'm alone.
And that fits quite nicely with that.
I hope you tell me that you're finding down, that you lost the taste
Hello,
of
Banjo.
that whatever made you famous made you sick. You're a ghost and you're poison spreading to my lungs.
Hello, kick drum. Ooh, I like that falsetto. Oh, that's hard.
So it goes, so it goes.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know how it is that Noah's able to like have this very, very driving, sort of exciting, pressing rhythm to the song and still have it be one of the like most depressing, sad songs on this side of the album so far. Obviously, we're only a little bit into the back half, but geez, I was sitting here being like, "Ooh, all right, we're picking things up a little bit," and then you hear the words, and you're like, "Oh no, oh, we're still sad. It's still sad. We're bopping, but we're sad while doing it."
So it goes.
Damn. Some songs I should not read the about section while I'm still listening to it, 'cause all of a sudden you gotta be paying attention to the music while you're also trying not to tear up. To explain myself, about section says, according to its official press release, Porch Light was written from the perspective of KAHAN's mother, giving voice to the quiet worries a parent might carry while watching their child be pulled into fame. Inspired by the emotional weight KAHAN believed he placed on his family by opening up their lives throughout his creative narrative and lyrical storytelling on Stick Season. The shift is an act of empathy, and it underscores how KAHAN's songwriting often reaches beyond his own experience to inhabit the lives of others, as he did with 23 as well, which is fair. But, he wrote about his mom, how she's worried about him. I've got a mom that does pretty similar things. Not to say that, like, you know, I've made it big enough that I'm in constant danger or have a lot of risk of making as many risky decisions as Noah might make in his position. But I did, you know, I moved away from home for university, and it wasn't until last year that my parents, you know, moved to the same province as me. So I've lived quite a bit of my adulthood so far living a pretty substantial distance away from my parents. And so every now and then I would get a sense of the sort of nagging worry and anxiety and hope that my parents have for me, not just my mom, but both of my parents. Hoping that I'm doing all right. And knowing that sometimes I've not been all right. That's a lot. I'm going to try and focus here now by reading the verses, even though that might just make things worse here. Verse 1, again, from the perspective of Noah's mom. I would ask you how you've been. It's all over the internet. But hey, I mean, you knew that after all. If you're looking for an autopsy or a half-assed half apology, then I think you picked the wrong time to make this call. It's not irrelevant that you stopped taking your medicine, but I'm giving you the benefit because it's raining out. Benefit of the doubt, I'm assuming. I'll tell you how the weather is, and you'll slip into some eloquently rambling mixed messaging. I should shut you down, which I think is Noah maybe projecting onto his mom a bit. Of Noah saying that she should just tell him to shut up. And the refrain, but it's cold. And it's cold, and it's cold. And then the second line, and I don't know. I'm alone. Verse 2, I hope you tell me that you're winding down. That you lost the taste to face the crowd. That whatever made you famous made you sick. That you can only do what pain allows. It ain't up to you to make it out, and there ain't no shame in calling this thing quits. So the first verse was sort of illustrating this phone call that Noah is making to his mom, illustrating himself as saying a lot of things but not actually saying much at all, and mom realizing that he's maybe not at the most stable state. He's stopped taking his meds. Might be the end of August, and so she just kind of sits and listens because it's cold and she doesn't know how he's doing. She's alone. Then verse 2 is, again, maybe Noah projecting a little bit onto his mom by writing the song, kind of painting her with this hope that maybe he's kind of done with the music stuff, that he's lost the taste to face the crowd, and that maybe he wants to quit. But there are some good things tucked in there, there ain't no shame in calling this thing quits. If being in the music industry is in the long term unhealthy for Noah in a way that genuinely, endangers his health, not just mental, but just in general, there's no shame in moving on to other things, just for the sake of taking care of yourself. She hopes that he's taking care of himself well enough to know when to slow things down and maybe take his time with things and not just do stuff to make him feel things. And then the refrain, but you don't. You're a ghost. And maybe not a literal ghost, but it's just she can hear him, but he's not there, like a ghost. Sort of expressing this lack of control that she actually has over his life. Of she can tell him, she can give him all the advice that she has to give, but there's no telling as to how much of it he's going to listen to. Then moving into the chorus, poison spreading to my lungs. I ain't holding breath, ain't holding any faith at all, and I'll pray for you, be in pain for you. I'll leave the porch light on, heartbroken each morning, when it's me that turns it off. Whew. That's a sad image. His mom just leaving the light on in case he decides to come back home, and then having to get up in the morning and turn the light off herself because he didn't, and having that just keep going each morning. That's rough. And then so it goes. Oh boy, I don't know how much of this I want to read because I get the point and it's just making me sad. Noah did say some things about this one, so I'm going to read that and then I'm going to move on. It says, via Apple Music, I always worried that my mom felt, or my family felt, like I wasn't myself anymore and that I was just some ghoul that would come in to extrapolate further success or further emotion for my own gain. The truth is, my mom never felt that way. She always showed me love and showed me patience and understood the gravity of what I was going through. I wanted that hope to be in there. Like, I'll leave the porch light on for you. I gotta keep moving, otherwise I'm gonna be a fucking mess. Haven't gotten moved this much. I think since Sleep Token. Jeez. Since Are You Really Okay? Man, nicely done, Noah. You really brought it out of me. All right, let's keep going. Okay. So, psych myself up for another Noah Kahan song that just might make me sad again. Moving on to track number 14, Deny, Deny, Deny. Just like I'm denying myself being able to cry a bit. But I wanna get this done. I'll let myself feel after. Oh. Okay. Alright, thank you, Noah. That really snapped me out of it. Okay.
Conversation within the conversation.
Okay.
I wanna drop the gloves, but you're far too patient. I wanna see you lose it. I wanna hear you say it. I wanna know the dark that I share a brain with.
Whoa.
Tell me when you were broken, do you still have a heart, or is somebody
this is an angry song. Oh, we're pissed. Oh.
I'll get your house paid off so the feds can't touch it. Another thing we don't talk about anymore. Don't worry, I won't bring it up. You can scream at me when I come home. Drunk and it's fine, I know your company line. When I ask about the past, you deny.
Damn, okay. We're working some shit out in a whole different way in this one. Ooh, that's nice. Ooh, I like that guitar line. Yeah, that snapped me out of my reverie from the last one right nicely. Okay. This one's angry, from what I can tell. This one seems like it might be about his dad. It's hard to read it any other way. Well, but if it's about anyone else, whoever it is, Noah's not very impressed with them. But also, they have a lot to thank Noah for in a certain way. Let's get into verse 1. Conversation within the conversation. I want to drop the gloves, but you're far too patient. I want to see you lose it. I want to hear you say it. I want to know the dark that I share a brain with. Then the pre-chorus. Oh, tell me when you were broken. Do you still have a heart, or has somebody stole it? But I'm far too tired to watch you lie. So let's just watch TV. We're getting into this immediately with a whole lot of resentment, a lot of built up anger and bitterness, a lot of things being left unsaid that would be quite provocative if they were said and maybe should be said. It sounds like Noah wants to bring out this big fight that'll bring everything out in the open, but this other person is just too patient, just too comfortable in their own state of mind to keep the status quo going. Then moving into the chorus, I'll get your house paid off so the feds can't touch it. Another thing we don't talk about anymore. Don't worry, I won't bring it up. You can scream at me when I come home drunk. And it's fine, I know your company line. When I ask about the past, you deny. Get your house paid off so the feds can't touch it is a very packed line. Because it, A, speaks to the role that Noah and his music career have had, you know, in this relationship, but also speaks to this other person's political leanings of like this person, you don't get your house paid off so that you're, you know, debt free. You get your house paid off so the feds can't touch it. And the feds is a very politically charged way to refer to the government. So the feds can't touch it. It's a very like, don't tread on me kind of tone. And it's another thing that we don't talk about anymore. Maybe they don't actually talk about how about this other person's politics have changed, how their relationship to the world has changed in the current day. Noah's not going to bring it up, but he does know that there's going to be some screaming when, like specifically when Noah comes home drunk, that's when things can come out and get a little confrontational. When I ask about the past, you deny. It's this refusal to meet each other on the same level as people. This is also why I think this might be about his dad. Is like Noah wants to level with this person, wants to get to know them as a human being and as an equal, and this other person is just not letting that happen, which can be the case with like when a lot of like fathers want to maintain their sort of authoritative status in a family dynamic. Stooping down to their child's level is going to seem like a ceding of that power, and so they're going to try to maintain that power by not opening up about what their life was like, what sort of things they've been to, but also in denying that they are closing themselves off from any closer relationship with their kid. Verse 2 and second pre-chorus, we're both exhausted for different reasons. And I used to care to know your secrets. You said you got a guilty conscience, but I ain't ever seen it, and I'm well prepared to never meet him. Oh, tell me when you were broken. Do you still have a heart, or somebody stole it? Yeah, this is a worn out relationship, like to the point where Noah doesn't even really want to put a whole lot of effort into things. He used to care to know your secrets. Said you got a guilty conscience, but I ain't ever seen it. As in, this person says they've got a lot of things to feel bad for, but have never actually opened up about those things that they might feel bad for. And at this point, Noah's not really interested to deal with any of that. So that's unfortunate. I'm glad that he wrote the song. I'm sure it was very cathartic. I'm sure that a lot of people that maybe have a similar relationship with their fathers will be able to relate to this. Let's keep going. Track 15, headed north. How far north? You coming up to Vancouver? I feel like Noah Kahan's been in Vancouver. I definitely wasn't able to afford his tickets at the time, but I'm pretty sure Noah Kahan's been up here. But maybe he's not headed this far up north. Ooh, all right. Similar tempo. We got some crickets.
Ah, shit.
Oh. Okay, this is a guitar at a campfire kind of deal. Is that just a cajon kick
Well,
sound.
they finally caught the guys who blew up those 2 police cars. There was a couple college kids who thought the town was dumb as rocks.
This does feel like a live take. Like it feels like they just had a good... Maybe they had more than one microphone, but it feels like they were able to just like set up a nice little like forest recording situation. Maybe. I'm not saying that they definitely did it. They could have just easily programmed in some cricket noises in a room, but I'm willing to believe this could have been recorded at an actual campfire.
No, there ain't nothing to report, but I hope you're bored and headed north.
Ooh, alright, nice. Okay. Ooh, that's nice. Ooh, oh, this is folksy. Oh, this is folksy as all get out.
I've been
little
taking
doodle in
your
there.
advice
Nice.
and trying to scream this at the tourists. But I hope you're bored and headed north.
Ooh, a little... Oh, guitar solo. Oh! Oh, that's lovely. Oh! That's wonderful. Oh!
And it's gonna ship without you. It was shit before.
Are we keeping the solo going in this chorus?
No, there
A little
ain't
bit, yeah.
nothing to
That's quite
report,
nice.
But I hope you're bored and headed north.
Ooh, another solo. A second solo has struck the song. Wow. Leaves it a bit.
Should we keep it with the fuck
That's
up
a
in there?
Nice. Okay. It is speculated that the song was recorded on a porch. After KAHAN, Carrie Kay, Noah Levine, and Gabe Simon shared an image on social media of the four sitting outside on a porch with recording equipment. I'm willing to believe that. I'm at least willing to believe the sort of the porch front image. Maybe they got the porch light on. But very cute, very just sort of honest to gosh, a little folk song. One of those ones where Noah kind of lets himself ramble a bit, which is very much in the spirit of the folk tradition. Well, they finally caught the guys who blew up those 2 police cars. It was a couple of college kids who thought the town was dumb as rocks. Like we wouldn't raise an eyebrow at the sudden lack of bullshit. Too few parking tickets written, too few high school parties stopped. Well, I always wish you well when I pass the old gas station. With the banner on the front, it shows how tolerant they are. You'll get told to go to hell by some summertime flatlander with the coexistence sticker on the bumper of their car. I even ended up reading it in the style of like those old country songs of like, well, I've been working on the farm just a few summers past and thought you might agree on something like that. But it's the same delivery, you know? And it's a very comforting one, at least to me. And there's this constant theme of this like small town energy bumping up against like 21st century like modern developments in the world. Like outside America, sort of sneaking its way in to this cute little rustic small town world of like, you know, passing the old gas station with the banner on the front, shows how tolerant they are. But while there, you'll get told to go to hell by some summertime flatlander. Flatlander I am not familiar with, but apparently it is a term with derogatory or derogative connotations commonly used in U.S. states like Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine, which is where our story is set, to describe outsiders, tourists, or anyone not born in the area, typically suggesting they originate from lower, flatter terrain. Okay, gotcha. With a coexistence sticker on the bumper of their car, of like, you know, getting yelled at by someone that seems to extol the virtues of coexisting but aren't actually living that out. And then the chorus, and it's gone to shit without you. It was shit before, but at least I had you. No, there ain't nothing to report, but I hope you're bored and headed north. Which is a similar energy to what we have in Downfall, of like, I hope you're doing okay, but honestly, I hope you're not doing a whole lot up there. I hope you're maybe deciding that you should pay me a visit. Maybe. Would be nice, because there's not much going on over here. And so maybe if there's not much going on over there, then maybe you could be over here and there could be something going on here. You know what I mean? Then, of course, we've got the wonderful section. I've been taking your advice and trying to scream less at the tourists. Good for you, Noah. And I've been working on my timing when I ask too much of you. But if I see one more Cybertruck, I swear to God, I'm gonna floor it. I understand that. I call them clown cars. Need somebody here to talk me out of things I can't undo. This feels like a little bit of a very sort of tucked in love song, or a very tucked in like homage to a dear person, of just being like, hey, I miss you. You kind of help stabilize me. Kind of help me keep my grounding. So if you don't want to see me floored into a Cybertruck, maybe you could pay me a visit, and we'll both be pretty happy about it. That's very cute. I think I'll keep moving on from there. We're heading into track 16. We go way back. Who's we? Who goes way back? How far back? I guess way back. A little bit of motion, a little bit of rustling. Okay, alright. Alright, ooh. Very pensive. This is also feeling like,
saw the world
okay.
from up close. It ain't much to look at compared to you and your work clothes. Waving hello from the driveway. I can't make myself whole. Most days I'd be lucky just to get half. But you see me in places so low, you can recognize when it's real bad.
Oof.
When it's real bad. Used to hate the silence. Used to make me think about the old days and all the miles and miles, the late flights.
Ooh, that's those spacey vocals. That's a great little layer
I
there.
can hear the start of a long sigh. I can hear the song of the robin. I haven't wrote my own in a long time. We go way back.
Ooh, what is that? That's a very interestingly. Is that a snare? If so, it's produced quite
Little pebble marks
in a very interesting way.
The sound of your feet in the gravel. Said I'm always trying to run
There's a
from
lot
what
of
I'm
effects on that
for.
snare.
Baby, that's the thing about a shadow. I've never seen the rain fall so hard. Honey, we're north of nowhere now. Heaven is a drink in the backyard. As we watch the storm touch down. We go way back.
Ooh, nice little twinkly piano there. Lovely. Lovely. That was a very nice break in energy was written by Kahan during a period of intentional rest following his global touring cycle. Thematically, the song serves as a partial resolution to the displacement found in much of Kahan's earlier work, focusing on the healing power of domesticity and the desire to be known for substance rather than a stage name. The song is about taking a goddamn break, and I'm really glad that Noah did. Breaks are important. There's this strange relationship that artists can often have with their careers because it is quite difficult and quite unlikely to be able to make quite a bit of money as an artist. Just to say it, you know, whether you're an actor, a musician, a visual artist, it's hard to make that pay the bills entirely. And so when we finally get the chance that we can just make our art and that'll be enough to make a living, we get into this mode of we shouldn't need breaks. It's that weird like lie of like if you do what you love, you won't work a day in your life. Entirely not true. Entirely not true. Just because you enjoy doing it doesn't change that it can still be work. I love making these. There's a lot of work to them. One of the reasons that these album reactions take so long to make is because it's a lot of work. It's a lot of editing. It's not necessarily as physically exhausting as, you know, playing music or acting, but in general, it is work, whether you enjoy doing it or not, and you can get burnt out from it. And way too many artists underestimate the power of creative burnout. They tell themselves that they're obligated to keep going, that it's what they owe to them, to, you know, the people that brought them up. They owe it to their audience. They owe it to themselves to keep going because they never thought that they would have this opportunity. It doesn't matter if you didn't think you'd have the opportunity. You got to deal with the present. And if the present is saying you're falling apart and and something bad is gonna happen if you don't take a break, you gotta take a break. You will be coming back stronger for it, but you also need to take a break, not just so that you can serve your work. Yeah, take a break for you. And I think that's what this song is about. And that's so valuable. Specifically the chorus, because I don't need my name back. Throw my notebook in the basement. I love you and I can't fake that for a moment. We go way back. Tell me I don't need options, that I have substance, that I'm important if it's only for letting dogs out, sweeping porches to make me nothing. Take me way back. We go way back. It's this time of just being at home and being like, I don't need to be important to a crowd of people. If all I'm needed for is taking the dog out and sweeping the porch, that's enough. As long as I'm helping by being here, by just cleaning up and keeping folks company and being there for your family, that's good enough. And that's so important. Both for Noah telling himself that, I can tell, but also saying it to the rest of us as well. If you're an artist and you're tired, take a break if you can, obviously. My heart goes out to folks that know that they need a break but don't feel like they can take one. Take one as soon as you can. I like verse 3. Little pebble marks on your car door, the sound of your feet on the gravel, said I'm always trying to run from what I'm known for. Maybe that's the thing about a shadow. I've never seen the rain fall so hard, honey. We're north of nowhere now. Heaven is a drink in the backyard as we watch the storm touch down, and it's pouring out. Have you ever sat on the porch while it's storming outside and you got the roof over the porch and you can just sit there on your dry porch with a drink in your hand and like a rocking chair? You can just sit there and watch the rain just pour down outside. Can't replicate that shit. If you could put that in a drink, I'd be drinking it every day. And that is the kind of experience that will help you kind of reset your priorities of remembering what living life is for. It's not just to do really exciting things like go on a big arena tour. That's cool. That's good. Like, I'm glad Noah is able to do that, and that is really exciting. But also, you need the other end of the spectrum of human experience. You need those quiet, pleasant moments that are just for you. And sometimes you gotta force yourself to have those moments and not publish anything about them. Just let those moments be yours. Don't need to tell it. You don't need to post on social media that you went to a lake. Sometimes just going to a lake is good enough. And with that, we'll keep moving here. Track 17, Spoiled. Are we talking spoiled as in like a spoiled child, like he's been treated too well, or like a milk has spoiled? Ooh, we're getting twangy. Ooh, that little bend up. I like that. Alright. This one's also a little bit slower tempo.
Gambling with the sun. On which one of us dies young.
Damn. Okay.
I ain't afraid to hold the gun if it leads me to the safe. I'm feeling every part. I'm speaking what I know.
Ooh. Oh, let it out.
It's anything I want. It's anything I want.
Okay.
So my children get spoiled when they get old. So they can fuck up all they want and blame it all on their dad.
Nice. Yeah.
So they can watch me go to work, fall asleep on the couch. They'll say I wanna be you, but I don't wanna be that.
Ooh, I like that. Ooh, that's nice.
Say I wanna be you, but I don't wanna be that.
That's great. If it means what I think it means, that's awesome. That's good. I think I said it at some point during the first half of the album, but listening to this album with headphones on is such a pleasant experience. It's so immersive and atmospheric, and all the instrumentation provides a nice texture to it. Amazing ear feel, if I haven't already said it.
Gonna be rich
Okay.
in our own way.
Hell yeah.
Swear you're gonna get it, kid. Someday.
Is that a guitar? Is that a ukulele? It's a mandolin? Whatever it is. The brightness that it brings in is so beautiful. Quite nice.
I'm feeling every part. I'm speaking what I know. Something.
Oh.
It's anything I want. It's anything I want.
Awesome. I love this. I like this album a lot. I like this album a lot. And it's an interesting case, as I was kind of expecting. I am getting a lot more from my experience out of the lyrics than I am out of the musical choices. Nothing against the instrumentation. It's just that I sat down to listen to this album specifically to be told stories and to hear how Noah's doing and what he's learning. And I am learning and hearing so many interesting things. I'm getting exactly what I was hoping to get out of this album. This feels like a little bit of a continuation from We Go Way Back. Of like, We Go Way Back is about Noah going home for a break to remember his worth as a person outside of his career. And now this song feels like Noah's about to he's about to head back out on tour. And this song feels like he's sort of reminding himself of what he's doing the tour for, what he's doing his music for, his relationship to his career relative to who he is as a person, and where the two might conflict and where he can help them not conflict anymore. So, verse 1, gambling with the sun on which one of us dies young. I ain't afraid to hold the gun if it leads me to the safe. Tell the fellas at the morgue that I'm heading back on tour. Gonna put them boys to work, wipe your hands and wash your face. So he's enjoying his last evening, his last night at home, trying to let this last night go. But if he's the one that has to get up and get going, then he's got to remember what he's doing it for. And he's like, I'm heading back out. Tell the fellas that I'm putting myself at risk a little bit again. Then the pre-chorus, I'm filling every pause. I'm speaking when I know something. It's anything I want. And the fact that he like just belts out when I know something, it's like he knows that he needs to know something. He's like growing in his confidence of like, if he knows something, he knows it like in his soul. Like he's speaking when he knows something to the depths of his heart. Otherwise, he'll leave it be. Moving into the chorus, just so my children get spoiled when they get old. So they can fuck up all they want and blame it all on their dad. So they can watch me go to work, fall asleep on the couch. They'll say, I want to be you, but I don't want to be that. Which is, as I said, such an interesting, complex line. How his future children are going to view what he's doing with himself. Like he knows that he's making quite a bit of money, so that his kids will be set up well, when he passes away and they inherit whatever he bestows upon them, so that they can live their own lives. They can make their own mistakes, and whatever mistakes they made, they blame it on their dad for, being out in the world and touring when he should have been home. And then they can watch him go to work. They can know what he's doing, and then he'll come home and fall asleep on the couch from working himself too hard. And they'll say, I want to be you, as in he wants them to like him as a person, but he doesn't want them to have to work the same amount as he has. Like he doesn't want his kids to have to go through the same processes that he's gone through to set them up. The entire reason that he's putting in all of this work is that his kids can be spoiled. If you're someone that would want kids and you have the means to set your kids up well, do that. I don't think there's anything wrong with necessarily wanting to provide resources to your kids, as long as you're also helping them be well-rounded, mature people as well. Verse 2, yes, I'm betting on the North to drag my ass back down to earth. Where I'm from and what I'm worth have gotten too damn intertwined. If I'm gone this time next year, if I inhaled the smoke and smashed the mirrors, fuck it, I might even disappear. I hope you've had a decent time. So yeah, getting back to, if I get to a point where I've done enough, or I've gotten to a point where I feel like going further would be too much, I'm relying on my family and the people that I know back home to say, hey, don't bite off more than you can chew. Don't get into more things just because you're worried about your own self-worth. And he says, maybe I will. Maybe one day I'll just put a big old tarp on all this. I'll call it quits. And if so, I hope you've had a decent time. I hope you enjoy what I've made, but I'm done. And I think that if he ends up doing that, good on him. You know, if he gets to a point where he thinks it's best to hang it up, God bless him for it. And I hope that it does him good. And then the bridge, gonna be rich in our own way. I swear you're gonna get it, kid, someday. Gonna be rich in our own way is a great line. Absolutely. Be rich in your own way. Maybe be well supported. Maybe, make some money. Nothing entirely wrong with that as long as you're not stepping on anyone to get there. He wants to make sure that what he's doing is going to benefit his kids. Whatever he's investing in himself by doing all this work, he's really hoping that it pays off for his kids. Someday. Eventually. Let's keep going. Track 18. All them horses. Long intro on this one. Okay, there he is.
90s plane. See the rivers meet and spread like veins. Another airport lounge, another time zone change. Gonna dance around and sing about my pain. Okay, it pays.
That's a shift. Hello. Ooh, that's quite nice. Ooh, with the fiddle. That's lovely.
I think this time I'm out for good. I'm a sidewalk preacher with a record deal. I'm the weight of new sneakers on some dead wood. This ain't mine anymore. I made too much goddamn noise. I'm done staring at the void. Just been casting with the boys. I'm always on my own. See the dried flood lines on the neighbors' porches. Do you remember crying for all them horses? They did not look scared at all. They did not look scared. They did not look scared at all.
I was reading a lot during that song. I was listening, but also I was trying to figure out, I think we might be into the extra tracks now. I think we might be in the last of the bugs section, but I can't quite tell. But in any case, supposedly this was likely written in the wake of the catastrophic 2023 Vermont floods. I didn't know that happened, but I know from there was some big flooding in 2015 that happened in Alberta, a few places that did quite a bit of damage. So I have a sense of how much of an impact that just a river flood can have on a community. Verse 1, window seat in a 90s plane, see the rivers meeting, spread like veins. Another airport lounge, another time zone change. Gonna dance around and sing about my pain. Okay, it pays. See the dried flood lines on the neighbors' porches. Do you remember crying for all them horses? They did not look scared at all. So we've got another one of Noah kind of feeling weird about, coming home or leaving home for tour, or maybe coming home from tour, and feeling this dissonance between the way he's been spending a lot of his time and the places he's been spending his time in and where he comes from. What starts to seem like, at this point in the album, kind of a growing distance from where he's from, He feels like he's less and less a part of where he's come from. Verse 2, so tell me when it feels you cannot escape me. Just yell like Dad would yell at all the noise I'm making. I'm just happy you still call. I'm just happy you still call. City kid bought the farm, he's a real nice guy. Left a lifetime invitation for my friends and I. Couldn't make it back even if I tried. Oh, some things live forever, even when they die. Oh my. This sort of bringing back of the idea that things happen at home while you're gone. And you can't just hold on to this old classic picture of your hometown, which is something that Noah has written quite a bit about, from, certain sections of town getting a Target to seeing Cybertrucks, not being able to keep track or hang on to where you grew up and how that place in itself is also growing up and not being able to, control that. Then the chorus, no one want to beat it bad. Oh, everyone looks happy in a photograph. Across the county line, I cannot go back. I'm always on my own. I couldn't make it home because of all that rain. Or run of bad luck in a nowhere state. I'm high above us now in a big jet plane. I'm always on my own. Only coming back after things have happened, And being alone in that experience of like coming home. Oh, there's been a flood. Oh my goodness. Yeah. The only thing that affected for me was I couldn't make it home in time because of all the rain. But by the time he was back, he wasn't able to be there with his community, with his hometown to actually go through it. He just sort of came in afterward and then had to leave on his own as well. It becomes a very isolating experience. Verse 3 is very interesting. I ain't planned it. The plane just landed out here. Rubbed my eyes on 89. Double yellow murdered deer. You can vanish. Yes, love, you can try to disappear. 1,000 eyes on a dirt road. Strike a light. Let it burn slow. Maybe I'm manic again, but I think this time I'm out for good. I'm a sidewalk preacher with a record deal. I'm the weight of new sneakers on some dead wood. This ain't mine anymore. I made too much goddamn noise. Done staring at the void. Spin casting with the boys. Spin casting, I have learned, it refers to fishing. It's a certain type of casting mechanism. That's an interesting bit. Maybe I'm manic again, but I think this time I'm out for good. Maybe Noah's getting to the end of things, as he referred to, over the last couple tracks. This ain't mine anymore is a really powerful phrase to drop in there. Just realizing this isn't my town anymore. I've made too much goddamn noise that has disconnected me from where I grew up. I've got a different relation to it, and it's got a different relationship to me, as we've covered in the first half of the album. I do feel like the second half has been much more affectionate towards Noah Kahan's hometown than the first half was, which is maybe a result of Noah going through his burnout and relying on this small town to be where he can rest and recuperate and kind of learn how to be a human being again. He's got these new sneakers. He's still brought a lot of things from while he's been out in the world on some wood that's been there for who knows how long. And he doesn't fit in with his surroundings anymore. And goes back to thinking about the dried flood lines and the horses and how they didn't look scared at all. Time just went, and I guess the horses drowned, which is quite tragic. And the water was rising too slowly that they didn't even realize what was happening until it was too late, which is what we in the industry call a metaphor. And with that, we're going to keep moving. Track 19. We're getting close to the end here. 19 out of 21. A few of your own. A few of my own what? I got a few things of my own. What do I got a few of? I got a few pieces of paper sitting around here. I got a few just little desk things. I've actually got a lot. I've got a very messy desk. I should tidy this up. I've got a few things. A few of my own. What's this?
I was high when I met you.
Oh, where are you?
Life was something to get through.
Is that a mandolin?
Frame in your bedroom.
Or is that a ukulele?
I felt the spiral of the earth. When you finally called me yours. And it's strange you saw me getting dressed in the hallway. You could tell I was falling or escaping from something. You didn't say a single word. You didn't see me as a curse. The state of the summer blends us in with each other. We would pray for more thunder, for a night undercover. We were huddling like mice below an unforgiving sky. Too old for both of us to keep
Bring in that. Ooh, welcome back, steady kick.
Drunk this young in the afternoon. Two souls in one truck and no money left to lose. Teach me how to not stare at you.
Aww.
And I'll spend the whole night singing. Oh my, my, what a time to be alive. You're random on the edge of the world. Oh good Lord, what it means to be alone. I knew well, and now I know.
Did we finally get to a happy one? Did we finally get to a happy song? At long last? It feels like it's been an age since we got to a happy song, but I'm glad we got to one. And I can't believe that I can believe that one of the few happy songs is one of the bonus tracks that weren't even on the original version of the album. Classic.
Oh good Lord, what it means to be alone. I knew well, and now I know. Tell me love is the devil ever comes to make good.
Nice little outgo.
Wish me well, tell the stories I would tell. Go ahead, make a few of your own. A few of your own. A few of your own. Don't make a few of your own. Don't make a few of your own. Don't make a few of your own.
Ooh. And somehow we still end on what felt like a minor chord. Glad even at, 19 out of 21 tracks, I could finally say that one was cute. This one feels like Noah Kahan might have found a cute little someone. Cute little someone to spend some time with. Let's take a look at here. Verse 1, I was high when I met you. Life was something to get through. Picture frame in your bedroom of the one man that left you. And I felt the spiral of the earth when you finally called me yours. That's so cute. I felt the spiral of the earth when you finally... Oh, you got like dizzy. Oh, that's cute. And it's strange how you saw me getting dressed in the hallway. You could tell I was falling or escaping from something. You didn't say a word. You didn't see me as a curse. The state of the summer blends us in with each other. We would pray for more thunder for a night undercover. We were huddling like mice below an unforgiving sky. So it paints this image of two people that were maybe going through some things like when they met each other, and I can absolutely relate to that. Rachel and I met each other when we were both like relatively fresh off of breakups, and so yeah, there was a certain element of like life is at the moment something to just get through, and one of those ways that we were trying to get through life was maybe meeting some people and having some nice pleasant company, and then one thing led to another, and here we are 3 years later, and we're calling each other ours. And now still having this idea of like it's the two of us against the world below an unforgiving sky, just huddling together for warmth. If the cold weather is an excuse to huddle together for warmth in bed, you take what you get. Moving into the pre-chorus, too old for both of us to keep howling at the moon, to be cross-eyed drunk this young in the afternoon. 2 souls in one truck and no money left to lose. Teach me how to not stare at you, and I spent the whole night singing. Which leads into the chorus, but we'll get to that in a moment. Teach me how to not stare at you is very cute, but also reminds me a little bit of Reckless Driving by Lizzie McAlpine. Yeah, these two folks that are, I'm pretty sure Noah's in his... Wait, no. Noah's a little bit younger than me, right? So like late 20s. So getting to that point where you're old enough to know better about some things, but young enough to still feel that desire to kind of live your life a bit. I very much get that. Just hanging out in the truck, you don't have to spend any money anywhere. Just hanging out with each other, spending the night. Moving into the chorus, oh my, what a time to be alive. Young and dumb on the edge of the world. Oh good Lord, what it means to be alone. I knew well, I knew hell, and now I don't. Tell me, love, if the devil ever comes to make good on the debts that I owe. Wish me well, tell the stories I would tell. Go ahead, make a few of your own. And I also have gotten this sense, this relationship is maybe not necessarily built with longevity in mind. Maybe this is just sort of a fling. Maybe it's, situationship in the most wholesome sense. 2 kids that, get together, go on some dates, hang out, spend some quality time with each other, giving each other some needed physical affection, and maybe not holding to anything else for that. And so if the devil ever comes and Noah's got to, get on his way, he's glad that he was able to send this person off with well wishes, which is nice, and sort of hopes the best for this other person as well if they have to part. There is this extra element that's kind of popped up a couple times, how you saw me getting dressed in the hallway of like Noah Kahan being pulled away from this other person by his other commitments. And so there's this fear of like, if the rest of my life requires me to not spend as much time with you, then hopefully you're able to have just as fabulous of a life. Verse 2, once all the rain stopped, I was afraid you might wake up and remember who I am and remember what I've done. Didn't ask me to justify, you just sat up and rubbed your eyes. I grew up with a feeling that what's good must be fleeting. That if I'm happy I'm dreaming, then I'm prepared for you leaving. But I see that shitty beat up car. Well, baby, there you are. We get this sort of other element of like Noah sort of assuming that, anyone that gets close to him is not going to spend that much time this close to him. And remember how, remember all of the things that he brings with him, remembers the life that he is sort of beholden to. And this other person doesn't really care. Isn't really worried about that. Just seems to enjoy the time that they're spending together, which also gives me the idea that this is not like a high commitment relationship. It's just sort of maybe they just sort of ended up spending the night together after a party or something, and in the morning, which is maybe the moment when you would have this clarity of like, oh geez, what did I get up to last night? And instead of that being filled with dread, it's just like, oh yeah, there you are. I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad you haven't left yet. That's nice. It's a nice change, It's so cute. I'm glad Noah, or I hope Noah, actually experienced the things that he's talking about in this song, and And maybe he's still with this person. That'd be nice. But even if not, hopefully they've both got some nice stories to tell. Let's keep going. Second last song. Track 20. 20. Titled Orbiter. What are we orbiting? Ooh. Okay.
I look exhausted, oh stiff and awkward on the outside of the moment. It's not my first time bitter drunk on a red carpet.
Triplets plucking here, I like it.
First time losing, and it won't be my last. This ain't for the town, I'm on alien ground. I'm a college kid with my windows down. I'm an astronaut in the moon. I stare at you, I sing to you, I circle you.
Nice. I think this is another love song. I think we got some more positive feelings. They're tucked into some other feelings, but it counts. It counts.
I circle you.
Ooh.
I circle you.
Ooh, that's nice.
I circle you.
There's something about that, like, sort of, it's sort of fluctuating between those two notes that do make this sort of circling the closest that a sound can get to a circle. Which fits quite nicely when he's, singing about orbiting. That's quite nice.
I wanna lose you either way.
Oh, come on, man. You don't know that.
I wanna lose
You don't know that, man.
you
Okay.
either way. If I'm gonna lose you either
Nice harmonies from I believe this is Gabe Simon in there.
I'm gonna
That's quite nice.
lose you either way.
So most of this seems to be about Noah Kahan dealing with Hollywood, California music culture. Just sort of, Noah Kahan interacting with the industry in its most opulent form. Maybe at like an awards ceremony, It is, in fact, an awards show, as mentioned. First one, I look exhausted. Oh, stiff and awkward on the outside of the moment. It's not my first time bitter drunk on a red carpet or my first time losing, and it won't be my last. You said ignore it. Oh, California is so much more than some awards show. You're no more important than an insect on a window. They'll see you climbing, but won't care till you get close. So we've got Noah Kahan at maybe I think the Grammys. Has not won the Grammy, which is fine. The Grammys are in themselves a weird popularity contest that don't actually accurately reflect the best artists or bands of the age, in my humble opinion. I think the Grammys have been getting less and less relevant as the years have gone on. But Noah is there, and it's clear that he's not comfortable, but he seems to be with someone who is helping encourage him, and not necessarily telling him to like cheer up or anything, just being like, it's okay that this isn't for you. And also, I like saying California is more than some awards show, like kind of helping him enjoy himself while he feels the most far from home, the most disconnected from where he comes from, the most disconnected from what he's used to. You don't actually have to matter this much. No one's really paying attention to you, but they're not really, you don't have to be self-conscious because no one's really watching you unless you do win, which you didn't, so it's all good. Then the pre-chorus, you said some people don't know why they're wolves. They just howl for the sound of it. Some will never know they're beautiful until the crowd points it out for them. But I see you through a camera flash. I look back and you laugh. And this is hard, but I feel less far. That's so nice. That's so cute, that last line. This song very much seems to be about Noah having a terrible time at an awards show, but the person he's with is sort of acting as his anchor, which is where spatial anchor, which is where you get the orbit from. Moving into the chorus, this ain't Watertown. I'm on alien ground. I'm a college kid with my windows down. I'm an astronaut. You're the moon. I stare at you. I sing to you. I circle you. So Noah is using this other person that he's with, maybe a girlfriend, as his anchor to kind of get through feeling so disconnected from his reality. But he's like, it's okay. If I gotta do a performance, I'm singing for you. If I gotta look nice at the camera, I'm actually looking at you. I'm circling around you. I'm not gonna get any more distance between me and you. I'm traveling relative to this other person who is acting as his anchor. That's lovely. As someone that probably would also not enjoy an awards show from what I've heard about them, I think I would probably be interacting with this situation in a very similar sense. I like the last post-chorus, and I clutch my cloth and I bite my tongue. I'm an aging wolf who lost the taste for blood. Even anxious pups need the moon. I howl for you, I sing to you. He's still tense. He's both this aging wolf that just doesn't really get the hype anymore. He's over it. Even though he's not that old. But speaking as someone that is around his age, this is the age where you get old enough that you start to see a little bit past the veneer of, things like awards shows and the facades that people put up in order to seem engaged and seem excited about things, just to make them seem relevant. Even anxious pups. So he's both an aging wolf and an anxious pup, and both need the moon. So whether you're, lost and you feel, that childlike sense of helplessness, or you're just old and tired and you're kind of over it, in both cases, you can sort of latch on to whoever you're orbiting around. And then the outro, I don't understand ending it with, if I'm gonna lose you either way, I'm gonna lose you either way. I feel like that's a weird little injection of anxiety, of having this person that's very steady and grounding, and then ending the song with, and this person's gonna go away too. I feel like that took me out of it. I empathize with the feeling of that, of even this person that feels like my anchor, I'm gonna lose them too. But I don't know, it could have just ended things on a nice note. Maybe. It's not, I'm not saying this as a hard and fast criticism, but I wasn't expecting, I was making my very pleasant way through this song and then got to the outro and I was like, oh, well, now I'm thinking about that too. You ruined what nice time I was getting out of, the security of this other person holding things down. But if that's the last remaining thought that he had, I understand putting it in. Let's keep going to the final track. I'm almost done. I'm almost freaking done. This has been a final boss of an album reaction. We're moving on to track 21, titled Dan. Let's hear about Dan.
Everybody's asleep, let's talk about him. Let's talk about high school, talk about death. Talk about the long ride home from the grave. But we were too fucked up on Tomb's birthday. You're appealing to the parts that you know I hold dear.
Aww, that's nice.
You've been the best 5 minutes of a shitty old year. And I've tried to tell me how unfair it is. That I have what I have and you got what you got.
Ooh, we're getting into some shit.
I'd give it all back if I could, I cannot.
Ooh, we're working some shit out in this one.
Moon calls pierced through the violent sky. I think I stood right here back when Carlo died. Where do we go when we die? I wouldn't mind right here, no, I wouldn't mind at all. Hit the water and drown.
Why? Why would I do? Why? Okay.
See the lightning light the world. Land on Orange County ground. I wouldn't mind right here, no, I wouldn't mind at all. I wouldn't mind at all. Everybody's asleep, let's talk about it. Let's talk about high school and talk about death. Before the moment tries to disappear. Don't the sky look pretty up here?
Alright, what a way to end things. Dan is widely understood to be a longtime friend of KAHAN, one of the two young boys on The Great Divide's album cover, and the central figure behind the title track. KAHAN has highlighted the importance of this friendship in past interviews, stating that he would choose Dan to eulogize him at his funeral. There's a few lines on the album that I feel like speak to that present feeling of like, you're already there. Like, heaven is a drink in the backyard, like, where do we go when we die? I wouldn't mind if I was right here. I wouldn't mind if I was sitting by the fire with my buddy, or even lost in the woods, or even in a moment of like, there's something scary happening, but you're with this person. You're experiencing this together in the exact same way. And this seemed like another one of those Noah Kahan tracks of illustrating this very, very complex but beautiful relationship that Noah has with, people from his hometown. In this case, Dan. Verse 1, everybody's asleep. Let's talk about him. Let's talk about high school. Talk about death. Talk about the long ride home from the grave. How we were too fucked up on Tomb's birthday. Seasonal bugs in a canvas tent. Seasonal friendships. I see the road end. You're appealing to the parts that you know I hold dear. You've been the best 5 minutes of a shitty old year. A really colorful description of two people that have had a lot of history together, that have been through a lot of the same things, and we're in the same friend group for a long time and have stuck it out for each other, but have also kind of gone through life in different directions. But now that everybody's asleep, they can get into the real shit. They can talk about high school friends that died, and talk about things that they wish that they had done or hadn't done back in the day, and acknowledging this seasonal aspect of their friendship of like, Noah's only got so much time to spend with the folks that he grew up with. In that context, the last two lines of that verse, appealing to the parts that you know I hold dear, you've been the best 5 minutes of a shitty old year. I get that. As someone that, like, you know, lives away from my hometown, that time that you get with the people that have known you for the longest and have loved every version of you, you really value that time that you have with them, and it never seems like enough. Of like, they appeal to the parts of you that you feel not everyone necessarily gets about you. And they can often be the highlight of your year, regardless of how much time you've been able to spend with them. If you're watching and you're one of those friends of mine, then everything that I have, you guys are the best 5 minutes whenever I have a shitty old year. And you do appeal to the parts of what I hold dear. And then the chorus, because I'm with my best friend Dan now, camping on the county line, hand around a Miller Lite, waiting for the sun to rise. Those are just some classic country descriptions, you know, camping on the county line with a beer in hand. A couple of hometown heroes fighting over politics, sitting and remembering young men from different sides. This is where we get that extra dimension of, as these two lads have grown up, they've grown up in different directions and now have some differences between the two of them based on just the life that they've lived. Noah going off to tour and be a musician, and Dan, I'm assuming, sticking around in small town, and that's going to be an influence. And we're so alone most of the time. Most of the time we don't have anyone. Where do we go when we die? I wouldn't mind right here. I wouldn't mind at all. We're so alone does touch a little bit on what people are calling that, like, you know, the male isolation crisis or whatever it's called. Men not really knowing how to, like, be in connection with other men and not knowing how to be emotional. And it seems like this is how you do it. Sitting and remembering and saying things like, I'm so glad we're here. And saying things like, you're the best 5 minutes of an old year. Talking about high school and death and the friends that you've had. And, like, being honest about things. Like we are in verse 2. Through the diamond lens of a flashlight lens, you tried to tell me how unfair it is. That I have what I have and you got what you got. Said I'd give it all back if I could. I cannot. Loon calls, pierced through the violent sky. I think I stood right here back when Carlo died. Said I hated the way I made it all about me, but every day from back then, like a bad old dream. Carlo was apparently an old friend of Noah's that passed away, and Noah wrote a song about him, which might be what he's referring to when he says made it all about him. I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with writing a song about a friend passing away, but I do understand, especially you know, for a musician like Noah that probably would have gotten more attention than the family and friends of Dan would have gotten. I can understand how that would feel, like he's making it about himself. And maybe there is some truth to that. And these are all things that are good to talk about. Like, it's good for Dan to say, hey, considering we kind of came up together, it feels a little unfair that, like, you ended up where you ended up and I ended up somewhere else. Or that he got what he got. And Noah saying, I'd give it all back if I could, but I can't. And I think that's a good meeting in the middle of, like, there's a lot of this shit that I didn't ask for, but I can't give it back because this is what he wanted. Getting into some real complicated shit. And the bridge, see the wasps hit the water and drown. See the lightning light the world, land on Orange County ground. Flip a rock, see the bugs sleep in sound. Hey, that's us. You and I will be found. Of Noah comparing him and Dan to the last of the bugs that have receded into the earth. wasps drowning in the water and lightning hitting the world. Just these two, childhood friends watching the world change and things around them fade away and die, taking this time as two friends that have managed to reconnect, kind of taking the time to experience time passing together. That's so valuable. It's so valuable. And then the outro, everybody's asleep. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about high school and talk about death before the moment tries to disappear. Don't the sky look pretty up here? Boys, lads, dudes, guys, we gotta start calling shit pretty. We gotta call it when we sees it. And if you see the sky looking pretty, you gotta say it. All right? You gotta acknowledge the beauty in life. And not doing that is going to cause some long-term damage to your overall happiness as a person. If you're going through life not willing to say that things are pretty because you feel like that makes you seem less manly, of acknowledging beauty, because apparently we've just feminized the concept of beauty entirely, and if that scares you away, cut it out. Stop it. Let shit be pretty and call it that. All right? Because the moment is going to disappear, and you're not always going to have chances to acknowledge the beauty in life. You got to take your chances while you can. And that is how we end The Great Divide, the last of the bugs. That was wonderful. I did notice at a number of points that I didn't have nearly as many thoughts on the musical choices as I often do in other albums. But it's because all of my thoughts are going towards Noah's pen game, which is truly astounding. I really connect with his songwriting style and the things that he writes about. I do understand why what he writes about and his position as a successful songwriter from a small town and writing very personally about his family and his small town. I get why that would have repercussions, as we kind of touched on in the first half and bits of the second half of the album here. Like, I understand why people would have a reaction to that. Of like, hey, suddenly people are asking about me just because they heard your song, just because they heard your perspective on things, or whatever you think my perspective on things would think. You're putting words in my mouth. I understand why that might ruffle some feathers, and maybe that's something that Noah's going to be learning about as he maybe continues to write music. I'm excited for where he goes from here, however long that takes him. I'm really glad that he's settled into like folk rock. I think it suits him really, really well, especially for the things that he wants to write stuff about. I think the genre suits him well. So that's going to be all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I really hope you liked this video. As you may be able to tell, it did take me a long time to make it. Procrastinating and letting time pass as much as I did. Making these does take a lot of work. And so I appreciate any response that you might have. If you do have thoughts on this album, I hope you do. Leave your thoughts in the comments. If there are disagreements with my takes on things or with other people's takes on things, please be patient. Understand that there's nothing necessarily wrong with interpreting a song one way or another. It's just about making sure that there are reasons for why you read the song a certain way. If you like the video, click the like button. That's what it's for. Helps me out. Gets this video shown to other people. If you've got thoughts, leave them in the comments, as well as any other suggestions for albums you would like to see me react to. If you have not subscribed, if you're new to the channel, welcome. If you're not new to the channel, but you haven't subscribed, what you doing? Maybe you should just press the button. You don't even have to click the bell. You don't need the notifications unless you want to get notified every time I put something out. You're allowed to do that. Mostly just looking for the subscribe if you're so inclined. And if you want to support the channel in a monetary fashion, I've got a fourth wall site down in the description. You can head there, become a member. You can buy merch. You can make a donation if that's more your thing. Anything and everything is hugely appreciated and acknowledged in these videos. And until next time, thank you so much. I'll see you later.